Chapter 38:11. I'm sorry to have kept the three seniors waiting. Qin Feiyang flew over and landed beside Madman. He looked at the three demon kings and smiled apologetically. However, he was puzzled. He had already helped them open a door of potential for free, so why were they still staying here? Could it be that they wanted him to open all the doors of potential? It's fine. The three of them waved their hands. The Divine King of Primal Chaos had already told them. What else could they do? What else could they do? Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the undead outside the city, saying loudly, "Everyone has seen it, right? I didn't lie to you. As long as you find a law inheritance, you can come and trade with me at any time." Snow White, Theta Wang, and the others had personally tested it. Of course, they wouldn't doubt it. Of course. The potential pill is a matter for later. The most important thing now is to get rid of the undead body. So, everyone, don't waste time here. Quickly go and find the herbs. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What herbs do you need? An undead spirit asked. Qin Feiyang said without blushing, there are many herbs for the undead barrier breaking pill. There are hundreds of them, and each of them is extremely precious. What? You need so many? Everyone was stunned. The three demon kings also had a look of shock. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang, puzzled. Didn't the undead barrier breaking pill only need 3 kinds of herbs? Senior brother, you don't understand. The more complicated and difficult I make it, the more they will feel that it is worth it to exchange a law miniature for it. They will even think that they have gained a huge advantage. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Cunning. Madman looked down on him. This is called a psychological attack. Not only do we have to get enough benefits, but we also have to earn a good reputation so that they will feel grateful to us. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Look at what you are saying. We are good people to begin with. Madman was dissatisfied. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, "You are even more shameless than me. Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." Madman's face darkened. You still have a reputation to ruin? Qin Feiyang was amused. The word shameless was perfect for Madman. Immediately after, he looked at the departed spirits outside the city and said with a smile, although the departed spirit barrier breaking pill requires a lot of herbs, I'm a righteous person. There are many herbs that the Sky Bell Divine Treasury doesn't have. If I ask you to find them, it will be difficult for you. Therefore, I've decided that I will provide the other herbs for free. You only need to find the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and Death Fruit. Righteous? Free? Madman rolled his eyes. Who was the shameless one here? He was obviously trying to dupe her, yet he made it sound so dignified and righteous. Why aren't you blushing? Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't expect the ingredients for the undead spirit barrier breaking pill to be so difficult to find. Brother Qin is truly a good person, to actually provide it to us for free. Brother Qin, don't worry, we will definitely remember this favor forever. As expected, the undead who did not know the truth shed tears of gratitude. I'm fine. We're all friends. Quickly go and look for it. After you find it, come to the Chaos Royal City to find me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. All right. Everyone, quickly disperse. Don't make a fuss here and disturb Brother Qin's meditation. Those undead who had condensed their physical bodies roared one after another. At that moment, the undead outside the city dispersed and quickly left in groups. This news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and very soon, it spread out. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure immediately became a craze to search for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and Death Fruit. Brother Qin, are there really so many ingredients needed for the undead spirit barrier breaking pill? Spirit Demon King looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. How can this be fake? If there aren't many ingredients, how can there be such a heaven-defying ability? Qin Feiyang was helpless. That's true. Spirit Demon King nodded and frowned, but there are so many undead in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Do you have so many ingredients? This junior doesn't have much, but I have a lot of ingredients. After all, this junior is an alchemist. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right, I was worried for nothing. Spirit Demon King smiled bitterly. No. Senior is also concerned about this junior. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and turned to look at Frenzy. Senior brother, ask the old ancestor to come over and help us set up a time array here. Set up a time array here? Frenzy was stunned. The three demon kings also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Yes. We can cultivate here while trading with those undead here. We won't delay anything. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then we might as well move the ancient castle here. At that time, it will be more convenient for you to refine pills. Frenzy was speechless. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up as he scanned the city wall. The city wall was hundreds of feet high and dozens of meters wide. For example, the place under their feet was more than 40 meters wide. If the ancient castle shrunk a little, it wouldn't be a problem to stay here. Frenzy looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. He was just joking. Did they actually take it seriously? Actually, I can help you with the time array. Snow Queen smiled. You? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked up at Snow Queen. What? Are you looking down on me? Could it be that I, someone who grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of time, can't compare to the supreme meaning of the blood ancestor? Snow Queen looked at the two with a mocking smile. Ultimate meaning. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy's eyes trembled. Myriad Poison's Demon King laughed hoarsely. This time, the two of you are indeed a little blind. Yes. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy nodded repeatedly. They were indeed careless this time. The Divine King of Primal Chaos and the other Demon Kings all grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of time. Then, there must be one or two who grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of time. The time array set up by someone who grasped the ultimate meaning would definitely be stronger than the blood ancestors. Qin Feiyang asked, then what level of time array can you set up, 5,000 years in a day? Snow Queen smiled faintly. Hearing this number, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. They wanted nothing more than to run up and kiss this woman. This was simply a timely reign. Qin Feiyang secretly said, Senior brother, this is a rare opportunity. Hurry up and call the castle over. Okay. Frenzy immediately flew toward the castle. Snow Queen said with a smile, however, I can't give you my time array for free. Qin Feiyang looked at Snow Queen. Looking at this woman's eyes, he instantly understood. She wanted other pills to open the door of potential. Although you helped me open a door of potential for free, compared to a 5,000 years in a daytime array, that's much more valuable. I believe I don't need to say it. You should understand. Snow White Queen chuckled. Understood. This is a small matter. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, he cautiously asked, however, seniors, is it possible for me to add something to it? Including us? Ghost Demon King and Myriad Poison's Demon King were stunned and immediately became excited. This was indeed a sensible young man. Who wouldn't like such a young man? No wonder the Divine King took care of him so much. Snow Queen smiled and said, no need to be so reserved. There's no harm. Qin Feiyang said, you have followed the Divine King on expeditions, so you must have a lot of souls of the dead. The three of them suddenly understood. This was helping the blood ancestor and Li Feng ask for souls of the dead. We do have a lot. However, the Divine King has more souls of the dead than us. Why don't you ask him directly? Snow Queen was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, to be honest, seniors, the Divine King has already given us souls of the dead. Already? The three of them were stunned. At that time, they were all looking for the extreme young thunder fire. The Divine King and the Chaos Royal City didn't tell them, so they didn't know. Yes, all of them. Qin Feiyang nodded. Is this the good fortune that the Divine King promised to give you? Myriad Poison's Demon King was suspicious. Senior God King gave this departed spirit to Li Feng. As for the rest of us, each of us received an inheritance of an ultimate law, said Li Feng. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? The three demon kings couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Each of them received an inheritance? His Excellency the Divine King is too generous. One had to know. They, the demon kings, had never received such treatment. Because if they wanted an inheritance, they had to find it themselves. The Divine King never gave it to them. Of course. If seniors are willing to give us a few inheritances, we will be even happier. Qin Feiyang smiled. Greedy little brat. Snow Queen rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and shook her head. We are not as rich as the Divine King. We have to find our own inheritances. Otherwise, the Queen of Flames wouldn't have died in your hands. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and smiled. All right, the souls of the dead are fine too. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. With a wave of their hands, 3 1-meter-wide enchantments appeared. They were all filled with the souls of the dead, and their consciousness had been erased. It was the energy of the inheritance. As expected, it wasn't as much as what the Divine King gave them. However, for the Blood Ancestor and Li Feng, the more the better. And now, with these souls of the dead, even if the souls of the dead that the Divine King gave them couldn't help the Blood Ancestor and Li Feng break through, they could make up for the gap. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and accepted the souls of the dead without hesitation. Whoosh! At this time, the castle and the madman flew over. Snow Queen waved her hand and a wave of time energy surged out. A time array appeared and merged with the city wall beneath her feet. The ancient castle rapidly shrank, and with a rumble, it landed on the time array. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other, the joy on their faces unconcealable. With this 5,000-year time array, not only would they be able to quickly grasp the inheritance, they might even be able to comprehend an ultimate profound inheritance. Because there were still more than 900 years before they left the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. Taking 900 years as a round number, 900 years would be more than 320,000 days. One day would be 5,000 years, which would be more than 6 billion years. With their comprehension ability, they should be able to comprehend an ultimate profound in more than 6 billion years. After all, they had all opened the door of potential. Chapter 38:12. Snow White Queen looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. It's time for you guys to express your gratitude. Seniors, please wait for a moment. Qin Feiyang smiled and followed Madman into the castle, entering a cultivation room on the second floor. Li Feng and Blood Ancestor were both in this cultivation room. The two of them were crazily devouring the souls of the dead that the Divine King of Primal Chaos had given them. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Madman enter, Blood Ancestor and Li Feng couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Guess what we brought you? Madman bared his teeth. What? Blood Ancestor was puzzled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the souls of the dead that Snow White and Theta Wang had given them appeared. Where did this come from? The two of them were shocked. We exchanged this with Snow White Queen, Myriad Poison's Demon King, and Spectre Demon King using potential pills. How about it? Don't you have to thank us properly? Madman chuckled. Exchanged with potential pills? Just a few potential pills can be exchanged for so many souls of the dead? Blood Ancestor was stunned. Just a few potential pills? Qin Feiyang and Madman were speechless. So in the eyes of Blood Ancestor, potential pills were so worthless? Madman said, not only potential pills, but also other pills that can open the door of potential. That's still a profit. However, is this okay? They are our future enemies. Blood Ancestor frowned. No. In the future, our relationship with them will only get better and better. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What do you mean? Blood Ancestor was surprised. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. So that's how it is. Blood Ancestor suddenly understood and then became excited. Then the Divine King of Primal Chaos left us in the Primal Chaos Royal City. Isn't that helping us instead? Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Feng smiled and said, Qin Dage, Brother Feng, you guys can do it. In the future, we will ask you for all the laws we need. No problem. Madman laughed. It's hard to imagine how many laws we can obtain in the end. If the Feather Emperor knew about this, he would definitely be proud of you. If the human Emperor's spirit is in heaven, he would also be proud of you. The Blood Ancestor sighed as he looked at Qin Feiyang. Human Emperor, Qin Feiyang muttered. Regarding this progenitor of the Qin clan, he was filled with curiosity and admiration. Unfortunately, he would not have the chance to see him. Let's not talk. Although the law miniatures are important, you can't neglect your cultivation. If possible, let Li Zhongsheng and the others help. Ancestor to the ancestor. Understood. Feiyang nodded to do so. The madman suddenly slapped his head, then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Snow White Queen helped us set up a time of 5,000 years in a day. Then what about the time the ancestor set up in the ancient castle? This. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Ancestor. He had not mastered the law of time, so he had no right to speak at all. It's impossible for time arrays to overlap. If we can overlap them, then we can set up a few more time arrays. If we stack them together, then it won't just be a day or 1,000 years. The Blood Ancestor shook his head. I see. Madman nodded. All right, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and smiled. Then, he turned and walked out of the cultivation room with Madman. After Li Feng watched the two of them leave, he turned to the Blood Ancestor and said with a smile, Master, these souls should be more than enough, right? Yes. The Blood Ancestor nodded. He looked at Li Feng seriously and said, no matter what happens in the future, you must not disappoint Qin Feiyang. After all, he treats you like family. I know. Li Feng nodded. In the hall. The madman followed Qin Feiyang to the cultivation room and said with a smile, now, it's not just us. The others won't have to worry about their laws either. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. There were too many people around them. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan and the others. 6,000 dark guards. Xia Yuan and the other generals. Everyone needed the law miniatures. Originally, he was still thinking about how to distribute the law miniatures. After all, before coming to the Chaos Imperial City, they had only found a few law miniatures. But he didn't expect that. When he came to the Chaos Imperial City, he found such a huge business opportunity. Of course. He had to thank Snow Queen. If not for her reminder, Qin Feiyang might not have been able to make this decision. He also had to thank the Divine King of Chaos. Because if the Divine King of Chaos didn't allow it, then no matter how many undead barrier-breaking pills he had, he wouldn't be able to use them at all. So, giving them pills to open the door of potential, one word, worth it. As for Demon King Feng Tian and the others, they could forget about it. Not long later. Qin Feiyang and the madman walked out of the castle and handed 3 jade boxes to Snow Queen Theta Wang and the others. The 3 of them received the jade boxes in surprise. Qin Feiyang didn't explain and told the 3 of them to go to the Chaos Imperial City for help. Because when they helped the Divine King of Chaos open the door of potential, the Chaos Imperial City was there to help, so the Chaos Imperial City knew about it. After the 3 of them left, Qin Feiyang and the madman stood side by the city wall, scanning the mountains and rivers outside, full of anticipation for the future. A few days later. A woman in a black dress tore through the air like lightning and entered the Chaos Imperial City. When she saw the castle on the city wall, she was stunned. The woman was very young, in her 20s. She had an exquisite figure and peerless looks, comparable to Snow Queen. But her temperament was completely different. Snow Queen was kind and approachable. And this woman exuded a kind of coldness, as if she was 1,000 miles away. Whoosh! The woman in the black dress landed in front of the castle. Seeing the castle door open, she hesitated whether to go in and take a look. But in the end, she didn't do so and said, "Qin Feiyang, come out for a while." Soon. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Qin Feiyang walked out of the castle. When he saw the woman, he hurriedly bowed, "Greetings, Lord Demon King." He had seen this woman in the Divine King's main hall, but he didn't know how to address her. The woman took out the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire. Understood. Qin Feiyang took the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire and turned to enter the castle. The woman suddenly asked, "Have you been to the Black Mountain Canyon?" Huh? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the woman and asked suspiciously, "How do you know?" "An undead told me." The woman said. "So it's like that." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. When they went to the Black Mountain Canyon, they didn't hide it, so it was inevitable that they would be seen by the undead. However, why would this woman suddenly mention the Black Mountain Canyon? Wait a minute. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in shock and asked, "Could it be that you are the Dark Demon King that was born in the Black Mountain Canyon?" Quite smart. The woman's face revealed a trace of admiration. Qin Feiyang was surprised. "What's wrong?" The woman was puzzled. "This junior thought that the Dark Demon King was a man, but I didn't expect it to be a woman, and such a beautiful one at that." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "Beautiful?" The Dark Demon King was stunned for a moment. A trace of red appeared on her iceberg-like face, making her look especially charming. But soon, she concealed it and said indifferently, "Go and refine pills." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and entered the cultivation room with the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire. He did not make things difficult for the Dark Demon King. Although the Dark Demon King was a bit cold, this was because of his personality. Moreover, from the moment they met until now, the Dark Demon King had not targeted him. Therefore, he definitely could not take the initiative to cause trouble. After refining the pill, Qin Feiyang gave it to the Dark Demon King. "Thank you." The Dark Demon King took the pill, nodded and smiled, then directly swallowed the undead barrier-breaking pill and began to transcend the tribulation. What a cold and elegant woman. The madman walked out and looked at the Dark Demon King as he whispered, "You like me?" Qin Feiyang smiled in ridicule. "What kind of joke is this? This daddy is a man who is taken." The madman snorted coldly. "You still want me? I think you are just a blade of grass. Only Zhuo Shaoxian would like you." Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. "You aren't any better." The madman sneered and retracted his gaze. He turned his head to look outside the city and frowned. "It has been so long, why hasn't a single undead come to find us?" "You are too impatient." Qin Feiyang was speechless. It had only been a few days, was it long? The Sky Bell Divine Treasure could not be teleported and could only fly. And the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire was not everywhere, so it naturally took a lot of time to find it. Take the Dark Demon King for example. She had been out for almost half a month before she found the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire. Even the Dark Demon King needed such a long time, let alone other undead. Unless one's luck was really heaven-defying, they would encounter it the moment they went out. I am indeed a little impatient. The madman bared his teeth. When he thought of the scene of the law miniatures entering his bag, he couldn't help but feel excited. Brother Qin. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. Qin Feiyang and the madman were stunned. They looked up and saw a black-robed man standing in the air not far away from the city, waving at them. Undead. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other. Was business here? The madman came back to his senses and hurriedly waved at the man. Come over. Go over. The black-robed man was slightly stunned when he heard this. He scanned the Chaos Royal City with a nervous expression. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't enter the city, the Chaos Royal City will not harm you. The madman hurriedly comforted him. The black-clothed man flew over doubtfully. He stood outside the city wall and faced Qin Feiyang. There was only half a meter between them. It was equivalent to standing at the edge of the city wall. Seeing that the Chaos Royal City really ignored him, the black-robed man let out a sigh of relief and took out the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire, Death God Fruit, and Yin Yang Wood. You found them so quickly? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The black-robed man scratched his head and smiled innocently. I already have these things, I just went back to get them. I see. The madman nodded and asked, Did you bring the law miniatures? I brought them too. The black-robed man nodded, but his expression was a little hesitant. The madman looked at him suspiciously. Suddenly, he slapped his head and smiled. I understand, I understand. Old Qin, hurry up and refine them. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He took the herbs and entered the castle. Look at how happy the madman was. If it was something else, he definitely wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Chapter 38:13. Boom. At this moment, the Dark Devil King's heavenly tribulation had arrived as well. The black-robed man raised his head and asked in shock, Is the Dark Devil King also undergoing his tribulation because he took the undead barrier-breaking pill? Yes. Madman nodded. This tribulation is too strong. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Of course. Without the help of 6 or 7 sovereign weapons, don't even think about passing the tribulation. Madman said. What? You need so many sovereign weapons? The black-robed man was shocked. Yes. What else do you think? Madman nodded. Then how am I going to pass the tribulation later? I don't even have a single sovereign weapon. The black-robed man's face was pale. If he couldn't pass the tribulation, what was the point of obtaining the undead barrier-breaking pill? No sovereign weapons? Then I'm afraid you have no hope. Madman shook his head. Wait. Wasn't this another business opportunity? And this business opportunity was to help these undead pass their tribulation. Even if these undead had a sovereign weapon, they would only have one at most. A single sovereign weapon was useless against him. Thus, they would definitely need help during their tribulation. Thinking of this, Madman looked at the black-robed man and smiled. Actually, we have another service. What service? The black-robed man looked at Madman in confusion. A service to help pass the tribulation. Madman chuckled. There's such a service? The black-robed man was surprised. Of course. This is a one-stop service. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. However, if you want to enjoy this service, you must have. Madman rubbed his fingers, his eyes filled with a sinister smile. He looked like a profiteer. Understood, understood. Remuneration. The black-robed man nodded. Sensible. Madman laughed. Then, help pass the tribulation? How much does it cost? The black-robed man asked. You see, the undead barrier-breaking pill requires over 100 types of medicinal ingredients, and in order to take care of you all, we've already paid for the other medicinal ingredients. To put it bluntly, this is a business that's losing money. Madman sighed. Understood. Thank you for taking care of us. The black-robed man nodded and thanked him repeatedly. To be able to get a word of thanks from you, our efforts are worth it. As for the tribulation, we're doing this on the basis of conscience. Just like how we helped you refine the undead barrier-breaking pill, we'll use 2 ordinary laws of nature or 1 ultimate law of nature to help you transcend the tribulation. That's not too much, right? Madman smiled. Not at all, not at all. The man in black hurriedly waved his hand. As long as he could successfully transcend the tribulation, not to mention 1 or 2 nomological manifestations, he would even be willing to condense 4 or 5 nomological manifestations. Then, did you bring so many law miniatures? If you don't have it, it's okay. We can record it first. You can send it to us when the time comes. Madman said with a smile. Since you've already taken such good care of us, how can I have the nerve to owe you a debt? I'll give you all the money later. The black-clothed man laughed. Good, good, good. I like doing business with honest people like you the most. Cough, cough. You're wrong. It's not business. It's making friends. Making friends with honest people like you. Madman coughed dryly and smiled. Qin Feiyang walked out with the pills. Seeing Madman and the black-clothed man talking and laughing, he smiled and said, "You guys are chatting so happily." Madman laughed and walked to Qin Feiyang's side, whispering, "Since we're doing business with others, we naturally have to be polite. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I found another business opportunity and have already discussed it with him." What business opportunity? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Helping him transcend the tribulation. Madman secretly told him his thoughts. Good idea. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up as he transmitted his voice. Senior brother, not bad. Even I didn't think of this. Madman said proudly, of course. Back in the ancient world, the pavilion master of the North Region Treasure Pavilion came to find me several times and wanted to take me in as a disciple. It was because I was born with a talent for business. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't continue listening. He thought Madman was going to say something, but it turned out that he was bragging again. He directly ignored him and handed the undead barrier-breaking pill to the black-clothed man. This is the undead barrier-breaking pill. The black-clothed man grabbed the pill and looked down with excitement in his eyes. Do you need help transcending the tribulation? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, instantly turning into a profiteer. Yes, yes, yes. The black-clothed man nodded. Okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Universal Cauldron, Void Mirror, Edgeless Heavy Sword, Golden Sun Divine Sword, Silver Moon Divine Sword, Heavenly Star Divine Sword, Ice Phoenix Divine Sword, White Dragon Sword, Golden Dragon Spear, and Black Dragon Mirror appeared. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and said, "You all know the situation. I'll leave the rest to you. Let's work together to earn a lot. It's a pity that you're not a profiteer." Ice Phoenix Divine Sword looked down on him. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed awkwardly. Don't be so direct. So many sovereign divine weapons? They really live up to their reputation. When the black-clothed man saw the 10 sovereign divine weapons, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Hurry up. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man and smiled. Okay, okay, okay. The black-clothed man nodded and hurriedly consumed the undead barrier-breaking pill. Help him transcend the tribulation above the city wall. Don't leave the city. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Although the sovereign divine weapons didn't make a blood oath and it was fine even if they left the city, they couldn't leave behind any evidence for Demon King Feng Tian and the others. We don't need a profiteer like you to remind us. Ice Phoenix Sword said indifferently. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. She really put the word profiteer on him? Boom! The tribulation cloud appeared. The heavenly tribulation also descended. Even though the black-clothed man was transcending the tribulation, he didn't step on the city wall. Because in the eyes of the undead, the Chaos Royal City was a forbidden area. Without the permission of the Chaos Divine King or the Chaos Royal City itself, no one dared to enter, not even stepping on the city wall. However, this didn't stop the 10 sovereign divine weapons from helping him transcend the tribulation. This was because the Ice Phoenix Sword was one of the 10 sovereigns' divine weapons. All they needed to do was release their divine might. On the other side, the Darkness Demon King, who was transcending the tribulation, looked at this scene and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He really opened the door and started doing business here. This matter had long been spread in the Sky Belle divine treasure. So when she was looking for the extreme young thunder fire, she had already heard of this matter. At first, she didn't dare to believe it. How could the divine king allow such a farce to happen? But she didn't expect that the two of them would really take action now. The key was, the divine king of chaos actually didn't come out to stop them. Let's not talk about the divine king first. He might not know about this matter in seclusion, but it would be hard for the Chaos Royal City not to know. After all, the black-clothed man was transcending the tribulation right next to them. But the Chaos Royal City didn't say anything. What was going on? Focus on transcending the tribulation, don't worry about them. Suddenly, the voice of the Chaos Royal City sounded in her mind. All right. The Darkness Demon King replied. Seeing that the Chaos Royal City had no intention of explaining, he tactfully didn't ask further. In comparison, the Darkness Demon King's tribulation was much easier. After all, he had the help of the Chaos Royal City. Soon, the Darkness Demon King's heavenly tribulation ended. When his body was reconstructed, the joy on his face couldn't be concealed. She didn't leave. Instead, she stood silently in the sky and looked down at Qin Feiyang and the others. Not long later, the black-clothed man also successfully transcended the tribulation with the help of the Ice Phoenix sword and the 10 sovereign divine weapons. His entire being was also extremely excited. He was so excited that he cried. Madman comforted him, all right, I understand your feelings. From this moment on, everything in the past is over. A brand new life is waiting for you. Good luck. Look at how tiring it was to do business. Not only did he have to provide good service, he also had to comfort the other party. Thank you. Thank you so much. The black-clothed man wiped his tears and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and Madman, bowing deeply a few times. No need. We're just taking what we need, no. What I mean is, to be able to see you get rid of your undead body, we are also very gratified. Madman laughed. The black-clothed man shook his head and smiled. He took out 3 iron boxes from his universe ring and handed them to the two of them. Madman's eyes immediately emitted a green light. 3 boxes. Then there must be a miniature of the strongest law inside. Then we won't be polite. Madman chuckled and took the box. When he opened it, he was stunned. Inside the 3 boxes, there were actually miniature versions of the strongest laws. They were the Death Law, the Spacetime Law, and the Devour Law. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 miniature versions with a stunned expression. Then, he looked at the black-clothed man and asked, "Did you take the wrong one?" To refine pills and help to pass the tribulation, he only needed 2 miniature versions of the strongest laws. I didn't take the wrong one. These 3 miniature versions of the strongest laws are all for you. To me, even 30 miniature versions of the strongest laws aren't as important as getting rid of my undead body and being reborn as a human. I just hope you don't mind. The black-clothed man said. I don't mind. Madman hurriedly waved his hand. How could he mind such a good thing? He couldn't wait to get a few more. Okay. Finally, I want to say thank you to you. I won't disturb you anymore. The black-clothed man bowed to the two of them again. Okay, take care. If you have any friends around you, feel free to ask them to find us. Seeing that you're so honest, we can give them a 20% discount. Madman waved his hand and chuckled. 20% discount? The black-clothed man was stunned and couldn't help but smile helplessly. He cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye. See you again if fate wills it." Qin Feiyang and Madman also cupped their hands and smiled. The black-clothed man turned around and looked down at himself. The joy in his heart couldn't be suppressed at all. In the end, he couldn't help but roar, "I'm finally no longer a lonely ghost." Then, he rushed into the mountain in front of him like lightning and disappeared. Qin Feiyang and Madman watched the black-clothed man leave. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel emotional. There were many people in the world who complained all day long that they didn't live well. But compared to these undead, they weren't even 1 in 10,000. Because no one could understand the pain and loneliness of being an undead. That was really like a lonely ghost. There was no light, no hope, no ties, and no warmth of family. It's worth it. Madman nodded. Nonsense. 3 epitomes of the strongest laws, how can it not be worth it? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Don't be so vulgar, okay? Can this thing be measured by value? Besides, he gave it to me willingly. I didn't have to take it. It's a free thing, it's a waste not to take it. Madman bared his teeth and looked at the 3 epitomes in his hand. He was full of anticipation for the future. You still have the face to say that I'm vulgar? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Was this going to spread the word shameless? Chapter 38:14. This is the epitome of earning 3 supreme laws? The Darkness Devil King looked at this scene with an astonished expression. This was too easy to earn. Although the epitome's value couldn't be compared to an inheritance, one had to know that an inheritance could only be encountered by chance. Being able to encounter an ordinary law inheritance was already a heaven-defying fortune. So, the epitome of a law became the goal of many people. The epitome of a law was the key to opening the ultimate door. Although it wasn't as convenient as an inheritance, as long as one was willing to work hard, one would be able to comprehend the ultimate meaning sooner or later. Especially the epitome of a supreme law, it was the most sought after. Even the Darkness Devil Kings weren't willing to give the epitome of a supreme law to others. In short, the value of the epitome of a supreme law was second only to the inheritance of the ultimate meaning. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure was like this, let alone the outside world. Although the Darkness Devil King hadn't been to the Sky Cloud realm and didn't know the situation there, it wasn't difficult to judge from the desire of Qin Feiyang and others for the epitome of a law that the Sky Cloud realm must be a relatively backward civilization. Not to mention the epitome of a supreme law, even the epitome of an ordinary law might cause a bloody storm in the Sky Cloud realm. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang relied on the undead barrier-breaking pill, plus helping the undead to cross the tribulation, to earn the epitome of 3 supreme laws. Wasn't this transaction too worth it? The key was these 2. They were still pretending to be obedient. They both put on a righteous and helpful attitude. It looked like they really needed to be taught a lesson. But taking a step back. For Qin Feiyang and Darkness Devil King, refining the undead barrier-breaking pill and helping the undead to cross the tribulation was indeed a trivial matter. But for the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, this was almost a grace of rebirth. Therefore, to be able to get rid of the undead body with a few epitomes of a law was definitely a cost-effective thing in the eyes of the undead. What are you looking at? A voice sounded in the Darkness Devil King's ear. The Darkness Devil King was slightly taken aback and turned his head to look to the side. Unknowingly, Snow Queen had already come to his side. Snow Queen was as pure as ice and as pure as jade, wearing a snow-white dress that was spotless. She was like a fairy from a painting, peerless in style. The Darkness Demon King frowned and said, I was just wondering why the Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City didn't care about them trading with the undead so brazenly. It's not that they don't care, but that they've already acquiesced. Snow White Queen shook her head. What? Acquiesce? How is this possible? The Darkness Devil King was bewildered. How could the Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City allow such a ridiculous thing to happen? Some time ago, wasn't the main reason why the Divine King issued a kill order to Qin Feiyang and the others because Qin Feiyang and the others were plundering the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury? But now, Qin Feiyang and the others were right under the Divine King's nose. Why didn't he do anything? You don't know. The value of these little fellows is beyond imagination. There's one more thing that you know, right? Lord Divine King gave each of them an inheritance of a supreme law. Snow White Queen smiled bitterly. Whenever she thought of this matter, she would feel uncomfortable. The 10 demon kings had accompanied the divine king for many years, but they had never received such treatment. It was even worse than those who had entered the primal chaos royal city. What? Darkness Demon King was shocked once more. Her exquisite face was filled with disbelief. Snow White Queen looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman standing in front of the castle and sighed. I only hope that Demon King Feng Tian and the others will be tactful and not provoke these two. Darkness Demon King frowned. Do you think that the Divine King will heavily punish Feng Tian and the others for the two of them? It's not that I think, it's that he definitely will. Snow White Queen shook her head and whispered into Darkness Demon King's ear. This, Darkness Demon King's expression turned sluggish. There was such a pill in the world? Madman noticed Darkness Demon King and Snow White Queen and frowned. What are the two of them whispering about? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Right now, he didn't care about this. He looked at the mountain outside the city. When would the second customer arrive? Would there be any surprises for them? Just as the two of them turned around and were about to enter the castle. Brother Qin. Accompanied by a loud shout, 3 figures shot through the air like lightning. Qin Feiyang and Madman were startled. They immediately turned around and saw 3 middle-aged men. They quickly arrived outside the city and stood in the air 100 miles away. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Quick, 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 the second customer is here. Madman was extremely excited. He waved at the 3 of them. Come closer, don't stand so far away. Can we? The 3 of them were startled. They couldn't help but look up at Snow White Queen and Darkness Demon King. Yes. As long as we don't enter the Primal Chaos Royal City, it's fine. Madman smiled brightly. The 3 of them gathered their courage and flew toward the city walls. Seeing that Snow White Queen and Madman really didn't ask anything, they flew in front of the city walls. These are the herbs we prepared. The 3 of them took out the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and Death God Fruit. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and urged, Old Qin, hurry up. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He took the 3 sets of herbs and entered the castle. Now. He began to regret it. Regret what? Regret that he didn't bring Dan Wangkai in. If he brought Dan Wangkai here, would he still need him to return to his old business? No. I have to find an alchemist for help. I wonder if Li Zhongsheng, Old Poison, or Qiao Shui know how to refine pills. He didn't need too many, just one would do. While Qin Feiyang was refining pills, Madman also began to promote the service of tribulation transcendence. When the 3 of them heard about the terror of the heavenly tribulation, their faces sank like the black-clothed man. But when they heard that there was a service for tribulation transcendence, the 3 of them nodded without hesitation. Half an hour passed. The 3 of them consumed the undead spirit barrier breaking pill, and with the help of the Ice Phoenix sword and the 10 sovereign divine weapons, they all successfully transcended the tribulation. The 3 of them didn't say anything and paid Madman the corresponding remuneration. There was a small interlude. One of them didn't prepare so many law miniatures and had to borrow them from his 2 companions. As for the miniatures that the 3 of them gave, they were the miniatures of the 3 strongest laws and 6 ordinary laws. Madman looked at the 9 miniatures and smiled widely. 3 brothers, I will have to trouble you to help me advertise that we provide tribulation transcendence services here. As long as there are enough law miniatures, we can satisfy all your requests. Of course. The 3 of them nodded. This service was really considerate. After sending the 3 of them off, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and smiled. The opening was quite smooth. How long has it been? He actually earned 6 Supreme Law miniatures and 6 Ordinary Law miniatures. Even I can't help but feel envious. Snow Queen shook her head. Why don't we go and help? And take some revenge? Darkness Devil King said. Snow Queen was stunned. She shook her head, then forget it. To think that she, a devil king, would run over to help these two brats. She couldn't afford to lose face. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded and smiled at the two devil kings. Then, they entered the castle and called Xiao Shui and the others out. What's wrong? Xiao Shui, Li Zhongsheng, and Old Poison looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman suspiciously. Do the three of you know how to refine pills? Or do you know any undead that knows how to refine pills? Qin Feiyang asked. No. As for undead that knows how to refine pills, I do know one. However, he is too far away from the primal chaos divine king. We can't find him. Moreover, I'm not familiar with him. Our sovereign weapons have not established a contract bridge. Li Zhongxing shook his head. A trace of disappointment appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Xiao Shui pondered for a while. She looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and said, Actually, I personally feel that it's better not to find someone else to refine such an important pill. Don't worry about that. For those that I don't trust, I will first control them and then teach them how to refine the undead barrier-breaking pill. It's just that we can't find an alchemist at the moment. It seems that I have to do it myself. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. Capable people do more work. Old Poison bared his teeth. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said flatteringly, I heard that you swallowed Theta Wang's undead barrier-breaking pill? So what if I did? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him playfully. Can you give me one? I beg you. Old Poison actually ran up and hugged Qin Feiyang's arm, acting coquettishly. Qin Feiyang felt goosebumps all over his body. He kicked Old Poison away and said angrily, Don't you think you're disgusting? Don't you know how old you are? Why are you acting coquettishly? Xiao Shui and Li Zhongsheng also looked at him with disdain. Old Poison didn't care so much. He was like a dogskin plaster that clung to Qin Feiyang. Helpless, Qin Feiyang could only take out an undead barrier-breaking pill. Thank you, exalted immortal. Old Poison let go and happily ran out to transcend the tribulation. Madman looked at Xiao Shui and Li Zhongsheng and grinned. Since you guys didn't get the inheritance and aren't in a hurry to cultivate, you can help us. Okay. The two nodded. Then from now on, we'll work together. Li Zhongsheng, you're thick-skinned. You'll be in charge of marketing and trading with Old Poison. Xiao Shui, you'll be in charge of collecting the law miniatures and counting the number of law miniatures. The sovereign weapons and Old Qin will be in charge of refining pills and transcending the tribulation. Madman laughed mischievously. Qin Feiyang frowned. You've already distributed everything to us. What are you going to do? Me? Madman was slightly taken aback. Then, he said matter-of-factly, Of course I'm in charge of controlling the overall situation. Scram. Qin Feiyang glared at him. Day after day passed. The number of undead that came to look for them increased, and their business gradually became more and more popular. Li Zhongsheng and the other two set up 2 desks and placed them on the side of the city wall. Li Zhongsheng and Old Poison sat together and promoted their tribulation transcendence services to the undead outside. Xiao Shui sat at the other desk with an account book. She received the payment and recorded it at the same time. Don't cut the queue, don't cut the queue. First come, first served. Maintain order. Madman sat on the side of the city wall with a wine jug in his hand. He drank a little wine while scolding the undead outside the city from time to time. Chapter 38:15. Several days passed. More and more undead came to the Primal Chaos Imperial City. Outside the city, there was already a long line of people. There were at least 500 to 600 of them. They were all undead that had condensed their bodies. Because only undead that had grasped the ultimate profound were able to condense their bodies, their strength was stronger than those skeletons. With their strength, it was naturally easier for them to find medicinal herbs and laws. Moreover, they had been in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure for so many years, so it was possible that they had medicinal herbs and laws. Li Zhongsheng drank a mouthful of divine wine to moisten his throat. He turned to look at Madman, who was sitting at the side, and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Madman, I have been pondering over a problem." "What problem?" Madman looked at him suspiciously. Li Zhongxing asked, "Can those skeletons that haven't condensed their bodies get rid of their undead bodies?" Madman was stunned. He had never thought about this question before. Old Poison was also holding a wine jar. After pondering for a while, he looked at Li Zhongxing and said, "They don't have bodies and are still in the form of skeletons. It shouldn't be possible." The divine wine was naturally given to them by Madman. After all, they had worked hard and had to be rewarded. This problem, Madman lowered his head and pondered. According to the situation of the Fire Lotus back then, these skeletons should be able to get rid of their undead bodies. And once they got rid of their undead bodies, they could immediately condense their bodies. However, this was the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure were somewhat different from the situation of the Fire Lotus. Moreover, the rules of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure were different from the ancient world. Therefore, this matter had to be tested before he knew. At this time, Qin Feiyang quickly walked out with 10 undead barrier-breaking pills in his hand. Looking at the long line outside the city, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Although 500 to 600 people wasn't a lot, one had to know that these undead all needed to undergo tribulation. Undergoing tribulation was a very time-consuming matter. If they didn't need to undergo tribulation, they would naturally take the pills and leave. But to undergo tribulation, they had to do it one by one. This was because the number of Dominator divine weapons in their hands was limited. If a few of them were to undergo tribulation together, Dominator divine weapons like the Ice Phoenix sword wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for him refining pills, it was a small matter. Because the ancient castle had a time array that lasted 5,000 years in a day, Qin Feiyang could cultivate and refine at the same time. After Qin Feiyang gave the pills to Qiao Shui, he saw the madman sitting at the table with his legs crossed. He had a leisurely look on his face, and he couldn't help but get angry. He went up and kicked the wooden chair that Madman was sitting on. Madman also rolled on the ground and said angrily, "Can't you think of a way?" Madman got up and glared at Qin Feiyang. "Are you sick?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at the Ice Phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons in the sky. He said in a low voice, "If they continue to resist the heavenly tribulation like this, they won't be able to endure it for long. Furthermore, with only 10 sovereign divine weapons, their efficiency is too low." "I know, but what can we do about it? How about we call White-Eyed Wolf and the others over?" Madman asked. Princess Wufeng had more than a dozen sovereign divine weapons on her. If she came over to help, it would naturally speed up the tribulation of the undead. However, Qin Feiyang had concerns. "What are you worried about?" Madman was puzzled. "If we ask Princess Wufeng to help, if we don't give her some miniatures, not to mention her, even we will feel guilty. Of course. If she needs it, I will definitely not be stingy. I will give her whatever she wants. But she will bring these miniatures back to give to Feng Ho. The law miniatures are peerless treasures in the sky cloud realm. How can we let Feng Ho and the Feng people benefit from it?" Qin Feiyang said. "Makes sense." Madman nodded. "Brother Qin, is the undead barrier-breaking pill useful to me?" Suddenly, a voice full of doubt sounded. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked up and saw a purple gold skeleton standing in the void not far from the city. A skeleton? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "Old Qin, I have discussed this problem with Li Zhongxing and the others just now, but we didn't come to a conclusion. Why don't we test it?" Madman transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang looked at the purple gold skeleton. The purple gold skeleton was also very nervous. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and smiled. "Did you bring the herbs?" "Yes." The purple gold skeleton nodded and quickly took out the Yang Thunder Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and Death Fruit from the Universe ring on its bone finger. "To be honest, I don't know if it is useful to the skeleton. However, we can give it a try," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." Even if it is useless, I will not ask you to return these herbs. The purple gold skeleton nodded happily and sent the 3 herbs to Qin Feiyang. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it would not give up. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, took the herbs, and turned to enter the castle to refine. Brother Feng, if the undead bottleneck breaking pill is also useful to the skeleton, then our market will become bigger. It is equivalent to selling to all the undead and skeletons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Li Zhongxing said excitedly. I hope it is useful. Madman's eyes were also full of expectation. Then he lowered his head and pondered. What should he do to solve the problem of the slow tribulation? After a while, Qin Feiyang came out of the castle and handed the undead bottleneck breaking pill to the purple gold skeleton. Thank you. The purple gold skeleton was very grateful. However, before the tribulation began, it faced a new problem. How to take it? Skeletons were different from undead with flesh and blood. Because skeletons were empty everywhere, there was no way to take it. Qin Feiyang was also a little helpless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the purple gold skeleton and said, Why don't you try to absorb the energy of the undead bottleneck breaking pill? Absorb? Madman was slightly taken aback. He looked at the purple gold skeleton and said, This method may work. Try it quickly. Because absorbing the energy of the undead bottleneck breaking pill was not much different from directly taking it. After all, even if it took the undead bottleneck breaking pill, the energy would be absorbed by the body. Okay. The purple gold skeleton nodded its head, grabbed the undead bottleneck breaking pill, and tried to absorb the energy of the pill. Yes. Everyone could clearly see that the energy of the undead bottleneck breaking pill was constantly pouring into the purple gold skeleton's bones. Wait a moment. Wait for that person to finish his tribulation before you absorb it. Otherwise, when the heavenly tribulation comes, no one will help you. Qin Feiyang quickly stopped the purple gold skeleton. When the purple gold skeleton heard this, it couldn't help but shudder and quickly stopped absorbing the energy. It had been watching from outside the city for a long time. After taking the undead bottleneck breaking pill, every undead would experience a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Not to mention facing the heavenly tribulation head-on, even the power of the heavenly tribulation made it afraid. Senior brother, this can't go on. We really have to think of a way. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Don't we still have the castle, the horsetail whisk, and other sovereign divine weapons? In addition to Qiao Shui, Li Zhongsheng, the old poison, the blood ancestor, and Yun Xiang's sovereign divine weapons, we should be able to help these undead transcend the tribulation. Madman said. Even if we call all of them out, it will at most speed up a little. It can't completely solve this slow problem. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then other than calling the white-eyed wolf and the others to come, what else can we do? Madman pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and his eyes flashed. He chuckled and said, Don't say, I really have an idea. What idea? Madman was curious. Don't all the demon kings have sovereign divine weapons? And they are all mid-level sovereign divine weapons. Any sovereign divine weapon can help an undead transcend the tribulation. Won't this increase the efficiency? Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Madman slapped his head and glanced at the primal chaos royal city. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, Don't count on the primal chaos royal city. It's such an arrogant sovereign divine weapon, why would it care about this? That's true. Madman nodded and said with a frown, But will the demon kings help? Definitely. Qin Feiyang nodded with certainty and said with a chuckle, Let's talk about Snow Queen, Myriad Poison's Demon King, and Spectre Demon King first. We helped them open the door to their potential. If we're not willing to help with such a small matter, wouldn't we be disappointed? That makes sense. Madman nodded. As for the other Demon Kings. For example, Darkness Demon King hasn't opened the door of potential yet. She definitely wants it, but because of her face, she doesn't want to come to us directly. So when the time comes, we will take the initiative to find her and give her the pill to open the door of potential. She will have the nerve to refuse? Qin Feiyang snickered. You are indeed an old fox. Madman chuckled. Qin Feiyang said, as for Feng Tian Demon King, Bloodthirsty Demon King, and Black Flame Demon King, forget it. I don't want them even if they take the initiative to give me a sovereign divine weapon. Of course. We can't lose our backbone. Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then you stay here and watch. I will go find them now. Go. Be polite. Madman waved his hand. Seeing Qin Feiyang turning around to leave, the undead lined up outside the city became anxious. Brother Qin, where are you going? We haven't refined the pill yet. There are still more than a dozen people waiting in line to undergo their tribulation. Why are you guys in such a hurry? Just wait quietly. Li Zhongshan comforted them. These were all potential customers. They couldn't afford to offend them. Whoosh. But at this moment, 3 powerful auras came from afar. Madman and the others were shocked. The undead and the purple gold skeleton were also frightened. Qin Feiyang, who was about to jump down the city wall, couldn't help but turn his head to look outside the city. Because the owners of these 3 auras were Bloodthirsty Demon King, Black Flame Demon King, and Feng Tian Demon King. They came back at the right time. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. He turned around and walked to Madman's side, quietly waiting for the 3 demon kings to return. So many undead? Black Flame Demon Theta Wang flew over. When he saw this scene outside the city wall, he couldn't help but be stunned. There is another undead undergoing tribulation? And it is Qin Feiyang's sovereign divine weapon that is helping him? The 3 demon kings raised their heads and looked at the black-robed old man in the sky outside the city. The black-robed old man was shrouded in the aura of the tribulation. The Ice Phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons were helping him resist the tribulation. Was this a one-stop service? Chapter 38:16. Seeing this scene, the 3 demon kings looked at each other, and a trace of anger appeared between their brows. To think that he would actually do such a ridiculous thing in the Chaos Royal City. What kind of scandal was this? This matter had already spread in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, so the 3 demon kings had naturally heard about it. At first, like the Darkness Demon King, they thought that it was just a rumor and that it was impossible for such a thing to happen. The Chaos Divine King and the Chaos Royal City would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. But when they returned to the Chaos Royal City and saw the scene before them, the 3 of them were dumbfounded. Li Zhongshan, Xiao Shui, and the Old Poison were all seriously trading with the undead. Qin Feiyang and the Madman were also helping from the side. They even took out their sovereign weapons to help the undead transcend their tribulation. Moreover, the undead outside the city were all lined up in an orderly manner. Those who didn't know would think that there was a big shopping mall selling some popular goods. What are you doing? Where do you think this is? A wet market? Get lost. Heaven Flattery Demon King clenched his fists and looked at the undead with a gloomy expression. The group of undead immediately panicked and looked at Qin Feiyang and the Madman for help. Of course, they didn't dare to contradict Heaven Flattery Demon King and could only ask Qin Feiyang and the Madman for help. The few of you are also audacious. You actually dare to trade with the undead here. I really want to know who lent you such courage and courage. The 3 demon kings landed on the city wall and stared at Qin Feiyang's group of 5 with a cold glint in their eyes. Xiao Shui and the other 2 were also a little nervous. But Qin Feiyang and the Madman looked at each other and ignored the 3 of them, which made them so angry that they were about to go crazy. Qin Feiyang, don't be too arrogant. Bloodthirsty Demon King roared. Qin Feiyang still ignored him and looked at the old man transcending his tribulation. Qin Feiyang, can't you hear us talking to you? Bloodthirsty Demon King rushed forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes. He bared his teeth and roared. The commotion here also alarmed Snow Queen, Darkness Devil King, Myriad Poisons Devil King, and Spectre Devil King. The four of them rose into the air and looked up at the city wall. Seeing the bloodthirsty Demon King's grip on Qin Feiyang, the Darkness Demon King's expression changed slightly. Right now, Qin Feiyang was deeply favored by the Divine King. If this continued, the three Demon Kings would definitely be the ones to suffer. Don't go. However, Snow White Queen extended her hand and stopped the Darkness Devil King. Why? The Darkness Devil King was suspicious. Snow White Queen looked at the three Demon Kings, shook her head and said, "If we don't make them suffer, they won't restrain themselves. Moreover, don't you want to open the door of potential? If you go now, Qin Feiyang and the others might think that you are on the same side as Theta Wang." Hearing this, the Darkness Devil King decisively took a step back and stood side by side with Snow White Theta Wang. If Qin Feiyang and the madman really thought that she was on the same side as Theta Wang, then let alone opening all the doors of potential like the Primal Chaos Divine King and Theta Wang, she might not even be able to open a single door of potential. For these three arrogant and disrespectful people, offending Qin Feiyang and the others was not worth it. On the city wall, Qin Feiyang looked at the 7 or 8-year-old brat in front of him. If his strength allowed him to, he would really pick him up and beat his butt. What are you looking at? I asked you to answer me. Who gave you the courage to mess around here? The bloodthirsty Demon King was full of hostility. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I apologize. After that old man finishes his tribulation, I will let them leave now." What's the situation? Why are you thanking the bloodthirsty Demon King? The undead outside the city were suspicious. Didn't they say that the Demon Kings wouldn't care? Don't panic, don't panic. Just wait and watch the show. But for your safety, it's best for you all to retreat a bit and hide your pills and herbs. The madman transmitted his voice. Hearing this, the group of undead looked at each other and decisively turned around and flew away, hiding far away. Including the purple gold skeleton. After a while, the black-clothed old man finally succeeded in transcending the tribulation. After thanking Qin Feiyang and the others, he immediately flew away without looking back. As for the reward for refining pills and transcending the tribulation, the black-clothed old man had already given it to Qiao Shui before transcending the tribulation. At the same time, Qiao Shui, Li Zhongsheng, and the old poison also quickly put away the table and account book and retreated to the side, ready to enjoy a good show. Because they knew that the three Demon Kings would definitely fly into a rage later. If these things continued to be placed here, they would inevitably suffer an unexpected disaster. Qin Feiyang looked at the bloodthirsty Demon King who was still grabbing him and said with a smile, "My beloved Demon King, if you don't let go, how can I refine pills for you? That's enough. If you really want to vent your anger, it won't be too late to get rid of your undead body after refining the pills." Feng Tian Demon King and Black Flame Demon King looked at each other and quickly stepped forward to pull the bloodthirsty Demon King away. The bloodthirsty Demon King took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, 3 extreme yang thunder fire appeared. He looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily and said, "It's best if you don't fail this time." "I can't guarantee that." Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. "What did you say?" The three's eyes turned cold. Was he planning to play with them again? "If you insist on a 100% success rate, then I really don't dare to refine pills." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you?" The bloodthirsty Demon King's anger that had been suppressed with great difficulty also soared. "Touch me?" Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the three. "With the means of the 3 Demon Kings, you should have already tested the power of the blood oath when you first went out to find the extreme yang thunder fire, right?" When the 3 heard this, their eyes trembled slightly. Thinking of the power of the blood oath, their scalps couldn't help but tingle. "If the 3 of you are really not afraid of death, then I don't care. On the contrary, I'm just a small character. It's an honor for the 3 of you to be buried with me." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned to look at the madman and asked, senior brother, do you think this makes sense? It makes sense. We are barefooted, so why should we be afraid of them? The madman raised his head and looked at the three demon kings with playful eyes. The three looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman with gloomy faces. Endure it. Don't do it. The Black Flame Demon King secretly shouted at the Bloodthirsty Demon King and the Celestial Demon King. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Okay, we won't force you to have a 100% success rate. Just try your best. That's more like it. Wait, where's the furnace? Didn't I ask you to help me find a furnace? Why don't I see it? Don't tell me you didn't find it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Give it to him." The Black Flame Demon King looked at the Bloodthirsty Demon King. The Bloodthirsty Demon King waved his hand, and a furnace immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. This furnace was the size of a wash basin. There were mysterious patterns engraved on it. It was crimson red and emitted a dazzling light. This furnace is called the Crimson Fire Furnace. It's a 9th grade divine furnace. The Black Flame Demon King explained. 9th grade? Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Is this all the three demon kings have? You found a 9th grade furnace in just a few days." The Black Flame Demon King said with a black face, "A 9th grade divine furnace should be more than enough to refine pills." He was obviously mocking them. There's no problem with refining pills. Let's just make do with it. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disdain. After saying that, he took the furnace and the extreme Yang Thunder Fire and turned to enter the castle. Wait. Suddenly, the Celestial Demon King spoke. What is it? Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at the Celestial Demon King suspiciously. The Celestial Demon King said, "This time, we want to enter the castle and watch you refine pills with our own eyes. If he played any tricks, they wouldn't even have a place to reason. That won't do. As I said last time, refining the undead barrier-breaking pill is most afraid of being disturbed." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Celestial Demon King clenched his fists and said patiently, "We won't disturb you. I guarantee that we won't even make a sound." That won't do either. Such an important pill, I can't let you guys steal my skills. Qin Feiyang shook his head again, his attitude firm. Are we the kind of people who would steal your skills? Moreover, how can refining pills be so easy to steal? You can't be thinking of playing tricks again, not daring to let us in to take a look, right? The three of them sneered. Think whatever you want. In any case, if you guys go in, I won't refine this pill. If you guys like to waste time, then I'll waste time with you guys. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at Xiao Shui who was hiding at the side, and laughed. Go make a pot of tea. After being busy for so long, it's time to relax. Make tea. Xiao Shui was stunned for a moment before nodding, all right. Even now, he was still in the mood to drink tea. This person's temperament was truly beyond compare. The most admirable thing was his courage. In front of the three demon kings, he actually dared to be so arrogant. Seeing this, the three demon kings immediately bristled with anger. What's wrong with me? You guys are the ones who forced me to go in, why are you blaming me now? If the three of you don't mind, why don't you have a seat? We can chat while drinking tea and talking about our dreams. In life, other than the undead barrier-breaking pill, there are actually many meaningful things that can be done. Qin Feiyang smiled as he took out a tea table and a chair. When the three demon kings heard this, they really cursed out loud. Talk about your dreams, my ass. In their hearts, the undead barrier-breaking pill was their dream. Other than that, they didn't want to talk about anything else. Fine. We won't go in. But you better not play any tricks. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was already sitting by the tea table and Xiao Shui was about to come out with a tea set, the three of them had no choice but to compromise. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? You wasted so much time. Qin Feiyang smiled and got up to enter the ancient castle. Xiao Shui came over with a tea set and asked, then, do you still want to make this tea? Yes. Of course. Wait for me to come out. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and entered the cultivation room without looking back. Xiao Shui smiled bitterly. What kind of young man is this? Why was it so hard to fathom? Chapter 38:17. There won't be any accidents, right? Bloodthirsty Demon King asked. If there are any accidents, this seat will cripple him. Feng Tian Demon King harumphed. Don't be reckless. Hurting him won't do us any good. Black Flame Demon King said. Then are we just going to watch him act arrogant in front of us? I really regret making this bullshit blood oath. Feng Tian Demon King was annoyed. If we didn't make the blood oath, would he have helped us refine the undead barrier breaking pill? You have to give up something to gain something. In short, no matter what he wants to do, we can only endure. Black Flame Demon King thought. Until now, they still didn't know how to reflect and were still thinking about how to scheme against Qin Feiyang. If they could realize their mistakes, put down their arrogance, and sincerely apologize, why would Qin Feiyang continue to make things difficult for them? To be honest, Qin Feiyang had done a good job in dealing with people. Frenzy held the wine jar and sat on the chair that Qin Feiyang took out before, looking at the ancient dragon god tea that Xiao Shui brewed. He didn't have the slightest interest. The 10 sovereign divine weapons also rushed to Frenzy's side, ready to deal with the anger of the 3 demon kings. Li Zhongxing and Old Poison's hearts were filled with anticipation and nervousness. They were looking forward to Qin Feiyang playing with the 3 demon kings, but they were also afraid that the 3 demon kings would make a move against them. Their mood was very complicated. Dark Demon King looked at the ancient castle from afar and asked, do you think he will continue to play with Feng Tian and the others? Who knows? Snow White Queen shook her head. Not to mention Xiao Shui, even they couldn't see through Qin Feiyang. They had no idea what this little guy would do next. Boom! Suddenly, inside the ancient castle, there was a deafening sound, followed by the sound of something shattering. Hearing this sound, Black Flame Demon Theta Wang's eyelids twitched, and an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. As expected. Very soon, Qin Feiyang ran out with his face covered in dirt. There were several wounds on his body, and purple gold dragon blood was constantly flowing out. Where are the pills? Bloodthirsty Demon King asked nervously. I say, Lord Demon King, can you take care of my injuries first? How can a mere pill be more important than my life? Qin Feiyang's face was full of displeasure. Bloodthirsty Demon King's mouth twitched. To be honest, your life really isn't as important as the undead barrier breaker pill. My apologies. I failed again. Qin Feiyang sighed, his face full of self-blame. Ugh. The 3 demon kings were stunned. But it's not my fault. It's yours. What kind of broken pill furnace did you find? There's actually a crack on it. Just as the pill was about to come out of the furnace, it suddenly exploded. Fortunately, I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been seriously injured. Sirs, you couldn't have purposely found a defective pill furnace to take revenge on me, right? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 demon kings and said, feeling wronged. Broken pill furnace? Revenge on purpose? The 3 demon kings looked at each other in shock. We must be fucking sick in the head to deliberately find a defective furnace to take revenge on you. As demon kings, they had always paid attention to their identity. But at this moment, they really wanted to curse. Now that the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure were looking for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire everywhere, it could be imagined how scarce the extreme Yang Thunder Fire was now. It wasn't easy to find the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, and there was hope of obtaining the undead barrier breaker pill. Would they do such a stupid thing? Even if they wanted to take revenge, they wouldn't use the extreme Yang Thunder Fire as a joke. The most hateful thing was, they had spent so much effort to find a decent pill furnace, but in the end, they were told that this was a broken pill furnace? Get lost, your sister. We're not blind. Whether there's a flaw or not, how could we not know? It was obvious that he was deliberately teasing them again, but he still pretended to be pitiful and wronged. Who are you trying to show it to? Qin Feiyang, you've gone too far. Bloodthirsty Demon King could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and a terrifying demonic aura surged out. The Ice Phoenix Sword, one of the 10 sovereign divine weapons, immediately stood in front of Qin Feiyang and Madman, roaring with divine might. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped the 10 sovereign divine weapons and reprimanded. What did I tell you before? We are people with quality. Others may be unreasonable, but we can't not be unreasonable. What? You still say we're unreasonable? The 3 demon kings were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. 3 lords, you really can't blame me for this accident. If you had paid attention and found an intact pill furnace, there definitely wouldn't have been an explosion. Although you might have done it on purpose, as a junior, I can't blame you. I can only swallow this grievance myself. Qin Feiyang sighed. What the hell? The 3 demon kings looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Don't blame them. Swallow this grievance himself? Calling them villains and making himself so noble and great. How could a person be shameless to such an extent? Please, can you have some face? If a person is shameless, what's the point of living? The madman, Xiao Shui, Li Zhongsheng, and the old poison looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. Although Qin Feiyang was indeed a bit shameless, they had to admit that it was really satisfying to watch the 3 demon kings suffer in silence. So that's how it is. The undead hiding in the distance also suddenly understood. It turned out that he wanted to tease the 3 demon kings. No wonder he told them to stay away and hide the pills and medicinal herbs well. This was to prevent the 3 demon kings from transferring their anger to them. And they might snatch their pills and medicinal herbs. After all, with the character of these 3 demon kings, they wouldn't talk about morality with them. Really scared me to death. Let's drink some tea first to calm down. Qin Feiyang patted the dust off his body and sat next to the madman. He picked up the tea that Xiao Shui had already poured and drank it with lingering fear. You can still sit there and drink tea happily? The bloodthirsty demon king's heart was filled with hatred. A divine might roared. He naturally didn't dare to really harm Qin Feiyang and the others. He was only aiming for the tea table. Because the attitude of Qin Feiyang and the others, in his view, was a naked humiliation to him. But at the same time, the 10 ruler weapons also released their divine might, condensing into a torrent that surged toward the bloodthirsty demon king's divine might. Boom! The 2 divine might collided. A wave of destructive energy surged out in all directions like a tide. Of course, nothing would happen to the primal chaos royal city. Qin Feiyang and the others were the descendants of the 10 ruler weapons, so nothing would happen to them. But the mountains and rivers outside the city were destroyed. The undead in the distance all turned around and fled in fear. The madman sighed. Don't be so hot-tempered, it will hurt the harmony. Come, sit down and drink a cup of tea or some wine to cool down. Cool, your sister. The bloodthirsty demon king couldn't help but curse. Sorry, I don't have a sister. The madman bared his teeth. Looking at the madman's fearless appearance, the bloodthirsty demon king gritted his teeth. Calm down. The black flame demon king pressed the bloodthirsty demon king down and looked at the escaping undead outside the city, shouting, all of you, stop. In the face of the 3 great demon kings who were in a fit of anger, who would dare to stop? He ran even faster, and even used all of his strength to escape. The black flame demon king's face darkened. He looked at Snow Queen and the others in the distance and said, have you all obtained the undead barrier-breaking pill? The 4 looked at each other, looked at Qin Feiyang, and nodded at the black flame demon king. Then have you all passed the tribulation and got rid of your undead body? The black flame demon king asked again. And the 4 nodded again. Seeing this, the black flame demon king turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others, angrily saying, why is there no accident when refining pills for them, but when refining pills for us? Don't be angry, don't be angry. This is just a matter of luck. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. The madman added, maybe it has something to do with one's character. Some people have bad character, so they can't do anything smoothly. The three demon kings glared at the madman again. He actually scolded them indirectly, saying that their character was bad. Three lords, what's done can't be undone. It's useless for you to mess with us here. The undead barrier breaking pill won't come to us on its own. So, you might as well go find the extreme young thunder fire. I promise you, I will be careful next time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Next time? The three clenched their fists. If not for the restriction of the blood oath, they would have already killed him. You guys go and catch those undead. The Black Flame Demon King looked at the Bloodthirsty Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King and said in a deep voice. Because he noticed that there were more than a dozen undead waiting in line to pass the tribulation, and they all had ready-made undead barrier-breaking pills in their hands. And the Bloodthirsty Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King also understood. They turned around and rushed out of the city, chasing after those undead. What are you guys doing? Snatching their pills and herbs? Don't forget your identity. You are the Demon Kings of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that the three of them were driven to desperation. Childish. Look at you guys. You are all perfect sovereigns. Don't you know that the strong are respected? The Black Flame Demon King's face was full of sarcasm. What if I don't allow it? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. What right do you have to say no? Is this within the scope of the blood oath? Are we snatching your pills? Meddling in other people's business. The Black Flame Demon King sneered. Lord Demon King, I beg you, let us go. Brother Qin, please save us. Soon. The Bloodthirsty Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King captured more than a dozen undead. These undead were also unlucky. They had already escaped, but their speed was not as fast as the two Demon Kings. Let them go. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Let them go? Who do you think you are? Do we have to listen to you? The Bloodthirsty Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and a wisp of killing intent emerged. He said in a deep voice, don't forget that the blood oath I made is only to give you the undead barrier-breaking pills. It doesn't include that I can't kill you. What? Kill us? Huh, the three Demon Kings immediately looked up to the sky and laughed. This little bastard was stupid. He actually threatened to kill them? Didn't he know what he was capable of? Did he really think that he had the capital to challenge the three Demon Kings just because he had more than a dozen sovereign divine weapons in his hands? Chapter 38:18. Let them go. Just as the three Demon Kings were feeling smug, another powerful voice sounded. Who's farting this time? Do you believe that I won't cripple you? Bloodthirsty Demon King said angrily. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. This seemed to be the voice of the Chaos Royal City. Black Flame Demon King and Sky Demon King were also bewildered. Was this really the voice of the Chaos Royal City? Of course, they recognized the voice of the Chaos Royal City, but it was too unbelievable that the Chaos Royal City would help Qin Feiyang and the others. Therefore, they doubted it and thought that they had heard wrongly. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others were also surprised. Like the three Demon Kings, they thought that it was an illusion. The only ones who were not surprised were Snow Queen and the other three. This was because the Primal Chaos God King had already secretly warned them not to force Qin Feiyang to do anything he was unwilling to do. Who are you talking about farting? After a moment of silence, the Chaos Divine King's voice sounded again with a bone-piercing chill. I'm sorry. Bloodthirsty Demon King quivered and quickly knelt on the ground. You're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to scold me. As soon as the Chaos Deity King finished speaking, a monstrous divine might surged, instantly enveloping the Bloodthirsty Demon King. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the bloodthirsty Demon King's body shattered on the spot, blood splattering across the sky. Lord, please forgive us. Sky Demon King and Black Flame Demon King saw this scene and immediately knelt in the void and begged for mercy, afraid that the Chaos Divine King would vent his anger on them. This is a lesson. One more time and you'll all die. After the Chaos Divine King finished speaking, his voice slowly faded away. So strong. Lunatic muttered. Even a powerful existence like Bloodthirsty Demon King could not resist in front of the Chaos Royal City. If it were them, wouldn't they die instantly? Indeed strong. They're not on the same level at all. Qin Feiyang muttered. Even though the primal Chaos Royal City had only attacked for an instant, everyone present was shaken to the core. This was especially true for Theta Wang's people, whose eyes were filled with fear. They could not understand why the primal Chaos Royal City would help these ants. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and sneered at Feng Tian Demon King. Didn't you hear the order from the Chaos Royal City? Let them go. The dozen or so undead were still trapped by Demon King Fengtian's aura. Feng Tian Demon King looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the Chaos Royal City. In the end, he had no choice but to withdraw his aura and release the undead. They could ignore Qin Feiyang's words. However, they did not dare to disobey the orders of the primal Chaos Royal City. Qin Feiyang said, "In the future, you are not allowed to snatch those undead's pills and herbs. You can only rely on your own abilities to find them." "All right. We'll find it ourselves," Black Flame Demon King said through gritted teeth. Then, he, Feng Tian Demon King, and Bloodthirsty Demon King disappeared into the depths of the mountain without looking back. How satisfying. Li Zhongxing and Old Poison ran out and laughed loudly. This was the first time they saw these Demon Kings in such a sorry state. "Are you not afraid now?" Madman bared his teeth. "Not anymore." The two shook their heads. Because they were afraid, it was because their fear of the Demon Kings was deeply ingrained. And now, the three Demon Kings were being mercilessly suppressed by Qin Feiyang and Madman. This was equivalent to crushing their fear of the Demon Kings. Now that they looked back, these Demon Kings were not that scary after all. "Then let's continue," Madman said. "Okay." The two nodded and quickly took out tables and chairs, placing them on the side of the city wall. Looking at the undead outside, they shouted, "It's fine now. Hurry up and line up for the tribulation." The dozen or so undead looked at each other and could not help but look at Qin Feiyang and Madman with admiration. Not only did they dare to tease the three Demon Kings, but even the Chaos Royal City was helping them. How incredible. Those undead that had escaped also returned one after another. No one mentioned this matter again. They just treated it as a small episode, but they did not see the purple gold skeleton return. Qin Feiyang searched the crowd for a while, but he still couldn't find the purple gold skeleton. He then entered the castle, washed the dust off his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and prepared a pill to open the door of potential. Then, he walked out of the castle and flew towards Snow White Queen and the other three. The four of them were ready to leave, but when they saw Qin Feiyang flying over, they could not help but have a trace of doubt in their eyes. "Greetings to the four seniors." Qin Feiyang landed in front of the four of them and bowed respectfully. Snow White Queen smiled and said, "We can't accept your bow now." "Ah." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the four of them. Why did these words sound so distant? Ghost Demon King said enviously, "Even the Chaos Royal City has become your backer. Do we still dare to accept your bow?" Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "You can't say that. The Chaos Royal City is a place of virtue and prestige. They side with reason and not family. You really know how to talk." Snow White Queen and the others could not help but shake their heads and laugh. Qin Feiyang took out the jade box that he had prepared and handed it to Darkness Demon King. Darkness Demon King looked at the jade box in surprise. Snow White Theta Wang also had a trace of doubt on her face. Qin Feiyang slowly opened the jade box, and a dozen pills immediately appeared. This is, Snow White Theta Wang's pupils constricted. Darkness Demon King's gaze became more and more suspicious. Myriad Poison's Demon King came back to his senses and looked at Darkness Demon King, saying, "This is the pill to open the door of potential." This, Darkness Demon King was stunned when he heard this. There was actually such a good thing that he took the initiative to give it to him? No. There must be some other condition. Senior, you don't want it? Then it seems like this junior is thinking too much. Qin Feiyang sighed. Cough, cough. Darkness Demon King immediately coughed and revealed a smile on his icy face. He shook his head and said, "You're trying to curry favor for no reason. You're hiding evil intentions. Look at what you're saying. You're a senior and I'm a junior. It's only right for me to be filial to you." Qin Feiyang stuffed the jade box into Darkness Demon King's hands. Darkness Demon King looked at the pills in the jade box and could not help but feel excited, but he still had his reason. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, saying, "Speak, what do you need me to help you with?" This, Qin Feiyang dryly laughed and looked at the 4 Demon Kings, saying, "This junior just wants to borrow your ruler weapon. Don't worry, I'm not using it to deal with Theta Wang. I'm only using it to help the undead pass their tribulation." Help the undead pass their tribulation? The 4 of them were slightly taken aback. They raised their heads and looked at the undead outside the city, saying, "You're quite considerate of them. Since I've taken their law miniatures, I naturally have to ensure their safety. Let's talk about it later." Could it be that the 4 seniors don't want to see the Sky Bell Divine Treasure return to the prosperity it had before it was destroyed? Qin Feiyang smiled. The prosperity it had before it was destroyed, the 4 of them murmured, as if they were reminded of something. Their faces were full of sadness. Although this junior doesn't know what the Sky Bell Divine Treasure used to be, this junior believes that as long as everyone gets rid of their undead bodies, the Sky Bell Divine Treasure will definitely slowly recover its vitality. So, it's not impossible to return to the prosperity it had before it was destroyed. Qin Feiyang said. So, you're still contributing to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? Snow White Queen restrained her emotions and smiled. I don't dare to say that. In any case, we're just taking what we need. Qin Feiyang smiled. At least you're honest. Alright, since you have such intentions, we'll help you. It can also be considered as helping the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure. Snow White Queen smiled and took out her sovereign weapon. This was a snow-white longsword with snowflakes engraved on it. It was translucent and sparkled with divine light, like a masterpiece of the heavens. It was extremely beautiful. The Myriad Poisons Demon King, Darkness Demon King, and Spectre Demon King looked at each other and took out their own sovereign weapons. Many thanks, for seniors. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. With the help of these 4 mid-level sovereign weapons, the efficiency would increase by several times. Although Lord Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City are supporting you, there are some things that I still have to remind you of. Everything can only be done once and twice, not thrice. In addition, when the 9-tailed Queen and the Infernal Demon King return, you must not target them. This is because they don't get along with Theta Wang. So to you, they are not enemies. Do you understand what I mean? Snow White Queen said. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. She wanted him to rope in the 9-tailed Queen and the Infernal Demon King. Very well, go do your work. Snow White Queen waved her hand and smiled. This junior will take his leave. Qin Feiyang bowed respectfully. Then, with the 4 sovereign divine armaments, he landed on the city wall with lightning speed. After that, he looked at the 4 sovereign divine armaments, cupped his hands and said with a smile, I have troubled the 4 seniors. The 4 divine weapons of the sovereigns did not pay any attention to him. They appeared rather aloof as they directly emitted waves of divine might. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and go through your tribulation. Madman looked at the dumbstruck undead outside the city and shouted. These undead's hearts were surging with shock. What's going on? Not only did the primal chaos royal city help Qin Feiyang, even Snow White Queen and the other demon kings lent their sovereign weapons to this person. One must know. These demon kings were all vicious and merciless people. When did they become so easy to talk to? Madman looked at the 4 sovereign weapons and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. He then looked at Snow White Queen and the other 3 who were leaving and transmitted his voice. I really didn't expect them to be so straightforward. To be honest, I'm also a little surprised. Qin Feiyang thought. He thought that even if he could borrow it, it would take a lot of effort. Who would have thought that they would directly give it to him? Madman secretly laughed. It seems that other than Bloodthirsty Demon King, Feng Tian Demon King, and Black Flame Demon King, the other demon kings have a good impression of us. This is all thanks to the pill that opens the door of potential. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. Who doesn't want to open the door of potential? For example, the Primal Chaos Divine King. Although he is already very strong, he still needs to comprehend the law of life and death. However, there are 2 other demon kings that we haven't met before. I wonder what their characters are like. Madman frowned and was somewhat worried. Chapter 38:19. The other 2 demon kings, Snow Queen and the others did mention them. Qin Feiyang pondered. What about them? Madman asked. One of them is called the Nine-Tailed Queen and the other is called the Hell Demon King. I still don't know what kind of person they are. But I heard from Snow Queen and the others that the 2 of them don't get along with Bloodthirsty Demon King. Snow Queen also wants us to rope them in. Qin Feiyang said. Then this is indeed good news. Madman nodded. As long as they didn't get along with Theta Wang, they were worth roping in. With the help of Snow Queen and the others' sovereign divine weapons, the efficiency increased by several times. Qin Feiyang also began to refine pills again. Half a month passed. The number of undead gathered outside the city had reached thousands. There would definitely be more and more people later. After all. As time passed, the number of undead who found the extreme yang lightning fire, yin yang wood, and death fruit would increase. Moreover, because the Sky Bell divine treasure couldn't be transmitted, they could only rely on the undead to communicate with each other, so the speed at which the news spread was very slow. The undead nearby were still fine, but those that were too far away had to wait for a long time to receive the news. Naturally, they would only rush over later. It was also on this morning that a man and a woman landed on the city wall. Looking at the undead outside the city, then at the busy Qiao Shui and the others, and then at the various sovereign divine weapons that were helping the undead pass their tribulation, especially the sovereign divine weapons of Snow Queen and the others, the man and woman couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Even these 4 sovereign divine weapons came to join in the fun? These 2 were the Nine-Tailed Queen and the Hell Demon King. The Hell Demon King was a middle-aged man, his body was quite thin, and his entire body was covered in a black robe. Only a cold face and black eyes with surging demonic chi could be seen. The Nine-Tailed Queen was a woman in her 20s. Her clothes were quite revealing. She wore a mink short skirt, revealing 2 tall and white long legs. Her shoulders and 2 jade arms were also exposed. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, soft like water. She looked like a peerless beauty who could bring disaster to a country. Her every move, every frown, and every smile emitted boundless charm. Especially her pair of bright eyes, which were suffused with specks of light, as if they could steal souls. Not only Li Zhongsheng and the old poison, but even the undead outside the city couldn't help but stare. Even the madman couldn't help but feel restless when he saw the Nine-Tailed Queen. She was simply a natural-born beauty. Moreover, her body exuded an enchanting fragrance that could directly stimulate a man's most primitive desire. Qin Feiyang came out with the pills. When he saw the situation of the madman and the others, he couldn't help but be stunned. How did they all end up like this? He followed everyone's gaze, and when his gaze landed on the Nine-Tailed Queen, he almost lost his mind. This woman was not only a heavenly beauty, but also had a natural charm that made people want to get close to her and possess her. A vixen, right? Qin Feiyang muttered and coughed hard. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Li Zhongsheng, the old poison, and the undead outside the city immediately had a look of awe on their faces. Senior brother, your heart isn't firm. Be careful, or I'll tell Xiao Xian. The madman handed the pills to Xiao Xue and looked at the madman beside him, transmitting his voice. Who said that? I just took a few more glances. The madman refused to admit it. But he was extremely puzzled. Although this woman was beautiful, it was impossible for her to shake his mind, right? There must be a problem here. Let's go. They are the nine-tailed queen and the hell demon king. Be polite. Qin Feiyang secretly said and then greeted the two demon kings. He bowed and said, greetings to the two seniors. The madman stood at the side and curiously sized up the nine-tailed queen. What are you guys doing? The nine-tailed queen glanced at the undead outside the city and asked Qin Feiyang and the madman suspiciously. Even when she spoke, there was a fatal temptation. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice, Senior brother, I suddenly thought of someone. Who? The madman was suspicious. Wang Yu, I feel that this nine-tailed queen seems to be the same as Wang Yu, Qin Feiyang secretly said. Wang Yu, The madman was stunned. She's also a very beautiful woman. Because she cultivated a kind of charm technique, even I almost suffered in her hands. Qin Feiyang explained. You mean that this nine-tailed queen also cultivated a charm technique? The madman was surprised. I don't know. But I can feel that the charm she exudes far surpasses Wang Yu, Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Seeing the two silent, the hell demon king beside them spoke, I'm asking you guys a question. As if he was really a demon king from hell, even his voice had a bloody smell. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and apologized, I'm sorry, I was too engrossed in my thoughts. As the two seniors can see, this junior is helping them to get rid of their undead bodies. For free? The nine-tailed queen asked. Of course not. Qin Feiyang smiled. The nine-tailed queen was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. Revealing a smile, she shook her head and said, You guys are really bold. As soon as this smile appeared, even the world lost its color. Looking back with a charming smile, this saying was perfect for the nine-tailed queen. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, If we didn't get the tacit permission of the divine king, no matter how bold we are, we definitely wouldn't dare to do this. The divine king has already acquiesced? This result caused the two of them to be rather surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're quite capable. The nine-tailed queen shook her head and took out the extreme yang thunder fire. The hell demon king also took out a extreme yang thunder fire. This junior just happens to have ready-made pills, please accept them. Qin Feiyang took out 2 undead barrier-breaking pills and handed them to the 2 demon kings. After tricking bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang twice in a row, of course he had some on him. The nine-tailed queen and the hell demon king were stunned, but they didn't ask much. Each of them grabbed a pill and prepared to turn and leave. Seniors, wait a moment. Qin Feiyang hurriedly called out to the two of them. Is there anything else? The nine-tailed queen turned her head and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel restless in his body. He tried his best to suppress it, muttering in his heart, what a demoness. The two of you, please wait a moment. After saying that, Qin Feiyang turned and ran into the castle. The nine-tailed queen and the hell demon king looked at each other, and couldn't help but have a trace of doubt on their faces. Soon, Qin Feiyang came out with 2 jade boxes, and said with a smile, This is a gift for the 2 seniors, please don't mind. Are you trying to bribe us? The nine-tailed queen looked at the jade box and looked at Qin Feiyang with a playful smile. Qin Feiyang laughed. He was seen through so quickly. However, I'm happy to be bribed by you. The nine-tailed queen took the jade box without hesitation. Even the divine king had acquiesced, so she didn't need to be hostile to the two of them. She then opened the jade box and was stunned. Why were they all pills? The Hell Demon King lowered his head to look at the pills, his face full of confusion. Junior and the others are too busy and don't have time to explain. The two seniors might as well look for the four seniors, or directly ask the Chaos Imperial City. They know all about it. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. Still keeping us in suspense? The nine-tailed queen was stunned, then laughed. All right, you guys go ahead. With that, the two of them turned and left. Madman stared at their backs with a thoughtful look. Be careful not to lose your soul. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Madman. What? I'm not looking at the nine-tailed queen. I'm looking at the Hell Demon King. Why do I feel a familiar aura from him? Madman frowned. Familiar aura? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the back of the Hell Demon King once again. No way. It's true, I'm not lying to you. Madman said. Qin Feiyang frowned and carefully sensed the aura of the Hell Demon King. His eyes suddenly trembled as he exclaimed, It's the Hell God Hound. Yes, yes, yes. It's the Hell God Hound. His aura contains the aura of the Hell God Hound. Although it's very weak, it's definitely not wrong. Madman nodded his head. No wonder there was a familiar aura. It turned out to be the aura of the Hell God Hound. So, he might not be a human, but a transformation of the Hell God Hound? Qin Feiyang was surprised. We can't rule out this possibility. And this nine-tailed queen, her aura seems to be a little different from a human's. And last time in the main hall, we also saw this nine-tailed queen. At that time, other than being beautiful, she didn't have such a great charm. But now, she's showing such a terrifying charm. Could it be that she saw us doing business here and wanted to show us her strength? Madman muttered. Show us her strength? Qin Feiyang was stunned and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Interesting. What kind of woman could have such a great charm? What followed was very calm. No one came to disturb them. But the next morning, two sovereign divine weapons broke through the air, emitting a terrifying aura. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. Because the aura of these two sovereign divine weapons was no weaker than the sovereign divine weapons of Snow Queen and the others. Two little brothers, this is a loan to you. You have to help us take care of it. The nine-tailed queen's soft and pleasant voice sounded. Little brothers? Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. It had only been a day, and they had become so familiar. Even if they were given pills to open the door of potential, as demon kings of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, shouldn't they be a little more arrogant and reserved? When they came back to their senses, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other, and a smile crept up in their eyes at the same time. These pills were too worth it. With the help of the nine-tailed queen and the Hell Demon King's sovereign divine weapons, the efficiency was different. And the undead outside the city, seeing the two Demon King's sovereign divine weapons coming, there were no waves in their hearts, because they were already numb. These two little fellows from the outside world were simply two miraculous figures. Chapter 38:20. Now that the 10 great demon kings, Queen Flame is dead, and Snow Queen and the other 5 have a good impression of us, only Theta Wang is left. Old Qin, how do you plan to deal with them next? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang with a despicable expression and asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Why don't we continue to blow up the furnace? The madman smiled. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This method obviously couldn't be used anymore. After all, they weren't stupid. Moreover, Snow Queen and the others had repeatedly told them that they could do it again and again, but not repeatedly and repeatedly. Anyway, if I just give them the pills, I won't be willing to do it. The madman snorted coldly. The pill furnace method definitely can't be used again. However, I didn't say that I have to refine pills for them now. Qin Feiyang smiled mockingly. It wouldn't be too late to give them the pills before leaving the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. When the madman heard this, a smirk appeared on his face, but suddenly he seemed to have noticed something. He raised his head and looked past the crowd, looking at a certain place in the mountains outside the city. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Look, what is it doing there sneakily? The madman was puzzled. Qin Feiyang looked over in puzzlement. He saw a purple gold skeleton squatting on a small hill in the distance. Its cowering appearance was rather comical. It's it? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and said with a smile, I was just looking for it. This was the purple gold skeleton that came to him yesterday to refine the undead barrier breaking pill. Come here. The madman shouted at the purple gold skeleton. Hearing this, the purple gold skeleton glanced at the Chaos Royal City and ran over carefully. Look at how nervous you are. No one wants to kill you, what are you afraid of? The madman was speechless. I'm afraid of those demon kings. The purple gold skeleton laughed dryly and asked, Are you sure that those demon kings won't attack us again? It's not that I want to criticize you, but with your courage, how did you evolve into a purple gold skeleton? Didn't you see? Even the sovereign divine weapons of the devil kings are here to help you transcend the tribulation. How could they possibly harm you? Madman was speechless. The purple gold skeleton smiled awkwardly. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the ice phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons. It just so happened that he had helped one of the dead spirits successfully transcend the tribulation. Hence, he looked at the line of dead spirits waiting to transcend the tribulation and smiled. Sorry, I cut the line. I'm fine. The undead were all very amiable. Qin Feiyang looked at the purple gold skeleton and said with a smile, Go. Thank you. The purple gold skeleton smiled gratefully and immediately ran to the opposite side of the ice phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons. It took out the undead spirit breakthrough pill and began to absorb its energy. Not only Qin Feiyang and the others, but even the undead who had condensed their physical bodies were also looking forward to it. If even these skeletons could use the undead barrier breaking pill to get rid of their undead bodies, then the future of the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure would definitely undergo a tremendous change. In just a short while, the purple gold skeleton absorbed all the energy of the undead barrier breaking pill. The skeleton did not have a flesh and blood body, so the changes in its body were even more obvious. Everyone present could clearly see that the undead energy in the purple gold skeleton's bones was rapidly being purified by the energy of the undead barrier breaking pill. However, this didn't prove anything. Because the function of the undead barrier breaking pill itself was to purify the undead energy. The most important thing was, it all depended on the changes after the purple gold skeleton had transcended the tribulation. Boom! Not long after, the tribulation clouds rolled over, and the heavenly tribulation descended. Only when he was transcending the tribulation did he realize how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. The purple gold skeleton trembled at once. How could he successfully transcend the tribulation? Don't panic. We are here. The ice phoenix shouted. Looking at the 10 sovereign divine weapons, the purple gold skeleton breathed a sigh of relief. The process of transcending the tribulation went smoothly. 99 heavenly tribulations were all blocked by the 10 sovereign divine weapons. A golden auspicious light descended and drowned the purple gold skeleton. Qin Feiyang and the others were paying close attention to the changes of the purple gold skeleton, only to see that under the golden auspicious light, the purple gold skeleton's bones were also disintegrating little by little. The process was very slow. And the purple gold skeleton didn't make any sound of pain during the whole process, as if it had fallen into a peaceful sleep. At the last moment, the purple gold skeleton completely dissipated, leaving only 2 clusters of undead souls in its eye sockets. These 2 undead souls, like 2 clusters of flames, approached each other while being purified by the golden auspicious light. Because the undead souls themselves were gradually condensed from the undead energy, the undead energy contained in them was more powerful than the undead energy contained in the bones and flesh. More than 10 breaths later, when the undead energy of the two undead souls was completely purified by the golden auspicious light, they converged and merged with each other. At that moment, a complete divine soul appeared. Then, the change that everyone had been looking forward to finally appeared. The purple gold skeleton's bones began to be reshaped little by little. When the entire skeleton was reshaped, the whole body emitted a dazzling purple gold divine light. Each divine bone was like a precious jade, without the slightest flaw. It was also at this moment, the auspicious clouds in the sky dispersed, and the auspicious light that drowned the purple gold skeleton also merged into the bones of the purple gold skeleton like a tide. That's it? Madman was stunned. Only the skeleton was reshaped, but not the flesh and blood? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but frown. Was this considered a failure? No. If one observed carefully, they would find that at this time, there was no undead energy on the purple gold skeleton. Except for the fact that it was still a skeleton, there were no other characteristics of the undead. Brother Qin, the purple gold skeleton was also a little panicked. It had already transcended the tribulation, why didn't it create a flesh and blood body? Come down. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The purple gold skeleton quickly landed opposite Qin Feiyang and Madman. The undead who had been waiting in line to transcend the tribulation also began to transcend the tribulation in an orderly manner. Beside the city wall, Qin Feiyang released his divine sense, enveloping the purple gold skeleton. He found that there was indeed no undead energy on the purple gold skeleton. If it weren't for this purple gold skeleton, no one would be able to tell that it was an undead. However, in any case, it didn't create a flesh and blood body. Was this a success or a failure? Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang found that the soul of the purple gold skeleton was floating in the center of the skull, where the sea of consciousness was located. Although it didn't have a flesh and blood body, and although he couldn't see the sea of consciousness now, the soul had returned to the place where the sea of consciousness was. Did it mean that the purple gold skeleton was half successful? As for the other half, as long as the purple gold skeleton mastered the ultimate profound, it could naturally condense a flesh and blood body and become a real human? And in the purple gold skeleton's eye sockets, although there was no undead soul, there were two purple gold divine lights, just like two eyes. It could be said that, now, except for the fact that it didn't have a flesh and blood body, the purple gold skeleton was already a real person. Looking at the purple gold skeleton that was getting more and more anxious, Qin Feiyang comforted it. Don't worry, we need to slowly verify this kind of unknown situation. But, the purple gold skeleton wanted to say something again. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, I know you are afraid of failure, but from your current situation, you are basically developing in a good direction. Okay, I'll listen to you. The purple gold skeleton nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, then let me ask you, have you comprehended the epitome of the law now? No. The purple gold skeleton shook its head, and then said, but in the past, I have integrated the epitome of the law of thunder, and I have almost comprehended it. Almost? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. I believe it won't be long before I can comprehend the ultimate profound of the law of thunder. To be honest, I shouldn't have come to you in a hurry. If I had waited until I comprehended the ultimate profound of the law of thunder and condensed a flesh and blood body, this situation wouldn't have happened at all. The purple gold skeleton was also a little regretful. Look at you, you are starting to be anxious again. Don't panic. I will discuss with the Chaos Royal City and see if I can let you enter the city. In my castle, there is a time of 5,000 years. As long as you enter the castle for closed-door training, you will naturally comprehend the ultimate profound faster. Qin Feiyang smiled. Really? The purple gold skeleton was surprised. But this has to be approved by the Chaos Royal City before you can enter the castle. Qin Feiyang nodded. Quickly ask. The purple gold skeleton was a little impatient. For an undead like it that hadn't comprehended the ultimate profound, a time array of 5,000 years in a day was also a rare opportunity. Qin Feiyang turned around and glanced at the Chaos Royal City. Only this once. But before Qin Feiyang could speak, the voice of the Chaos Royal City sounded in his mind. "Thank you, Senior." Qin Feiyang was taken aback and quickly thanked him. Looking back at the Chaos Royal City, he smiled and said, "Come in." "The Chaos Royal City has agreed?" The purple gold skeleton was surprised. "And?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Why didn't I hear it?" The purple gold skeleton was suspicious. "Just come in when I ask you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Madman's face was black. Okay. The purple gold skeleton nodded repeatedly and carefully stepped on the city wall. Looking at this scene, the undead queuing outside the city couldn't help but look envious. The Chaos Royal City had existed for so many years, but other than Qin Feiyang's group and the various demon kings, the purple gold skeleton was the first undead to step into the Chaos Royal City. For the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it was a great honor to be able to step into the Chaos Royal City. After stepping on the city wall, the purple gold skeleton saw that the Chaos Royal City didn't reprimand it, couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then, it became excited. It really didn't expect to be able to step into the Chaos Royal City in its lifetime. Although it was just standing on the city wall and didn't really enter the city, it was still something that other undead couldn't reach. When it comprehended the ultimate profound, it could really get rid of its undead body. In the future, it could also show off in front of its children that it had entered the Chaos Royal City. There are cultivation rooms inside. You can choose any one. Good luck. Qin Feiyang looked at the purple gold skeleton encouragingly. Thank you. The purple gold skeleton was very grateful and quickly entered the ancient castle. It secretly swore that it must cherish this rare opportunity. Chapter 38-21. Half a year passed. The primal Chaos Royal City had always been a harmonious scene. No matter how many undead came, they maintained a good order and did not make any noise. This made Snow White Queen and the others and the primal Chaos Royal City very satisfied. They were afraid that Qin Feiyang and the others would turn this place into a vegetable market. But in the sky above a certain mountain, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Bloodthirsty Demon King, Feng Tian Demon King, and Black Flame Demon King scanned the surrounding mountains and rivers, their faces filled with anger. It had been half a year, and they had not even found a single extreme young thunder fire. Normally, they did not even need to look for it personally. With a casual order, countless undead would bring the extreme young thunder fire to them. But it was different now. Not only them, all the undead in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure wanted the extreme young thunder fire. Although the undead were usually submissive to the demon kings, in the face of the temptation of the undead barrier-breaking pill, who would care about the demon king? As long as they did not bump into him, even if he had extra extreme young thunder fire, he would not give it to him. Even if he bumped into him, he would hide it. Unless it was a last resort, he would definitely not take it out. So, the three demon kings searched for so long, but they did not even see a shadow of the extreme young thunder fire. What angered them the most was Qin Feiyang. Originally, they did not need to suffer so much. They could even be the first people besides the primal chaos divine king to get rid of their undead bodies. But because of Qin Feiyang's targeting, they had to run around like the plague. Whether it was undead or skeletons, they would run away when they saw them. To them, it was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Especially Bloodthirsty Demon King. Feng Tian Demon King and Black Flame Demon King were still fine. Although they had been tricked twice by Qin Feiyang, at least they were fine. But his body had been destroyed by the primal Chaos Royal City and had not been reconstructed. Thinking of this, he went crazy with hatred. Feng Tian Demon King could not bear this humiliation. He looked at Black Flame Demon King and roared, "Are we really going to continue searching like this? I don't want to." But Qin Feiyang said that we are not allowed to snatch the undead's herbs. What can I do? Black Flame Devil King said in a deep voice. Are we really not going to snatch just because he said no? When did you become so obedient? What right does he have to order us around? Demon King Feng Tian roared. But only he can refine the undead barrier-breaking pill. If we continue to offend him, do you think we can successfully obtain the undead barrier-breaking pill? Besides, these undead all have mouths. Won't they run to Qin Feiyang and complain? The Black Flame Demon King was also enraged. Go and find trouble with whoever you're upset with. What's the point of yelling at me? If you're just afraid that these undead will complain, it's actually very easy to deal with. You can just kill them to silence them. Bloodthirsty Demon King's eyes flashed with bloody light. The Black Flame Devil King fell silent. If he could do it cleanly and not be seen by other undead, it would be a good idea to silence them. All right. Why don't we hide our auras and hide? Right now, many undead spirits are on their way to the Chaos Royal City. As long as we restrain our auras and don't let them discover us, they won't be able to escape. In the end, the Black Flame Demon King still listened to Demon King Feng Tian's suggestion because he really didn't want to continue searching aimlessly like this. And if they didn't restrain their auras and carefully hid, when the undead sensed their auras, they would definitely immediately avoid them. Because their current situation had basically spread throughout the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, and everyone knew that they were looking for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire. Who would be stupid enough to take the initiative to come to them? At the same time, for the three of them, retracting their auras and hiding in the mountains below was also a great humiliation. Who were they? The Demon King of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Apart from the Chaos Divine King and the Chaos Royal City, they were the strongest existence. But now, they had actually fallen to such a point where they had to hide like a mouse to meet the undead and snatch the extreme Yang Thunder Fire. This was simply trampling on their dignity. In the blink of an eye. 7 days later. Finally, a person flew over. This was a white-robed youth with a tall figure and a jade-like face, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura. Beside him, there was also a sovereign divine weapon. This was a khaki-colored battle shield, like a hard rock, dazzling divine light. The youth and the sovereign divine weapon did not notice that the three demon kings were hiding in the dark, flying over while chatting about something. He's here. In the dark. Black Flame Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King were shocked and raised their heads to look at the white-robed youth. Bloodthirsty Demon King was rebuilding his physical body. Hearing this, he hurriedly opened his eyes and looked at the white-robed youth. Is he so arrogant? He actually brought a sovereign divine weapon and swaggered through the streets. When the three of them saw the battle shield, they couldn't help but be stunned. But when their gazes landed on the white-robed youth again, there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. This person didn't seem to have any undead aura on him. Could it be, this person had already gone to the Chaos Royal City to exchange for the undead barrier-breaking pill and become a real human? If that was the case, then this person should no longer have the extreme Yang Thunder Fire on him. However, they still didn't want to give up and held on to the hope of getting lucky. Whoosh! Without hesitation, the three of them soared into the sky like lightning and stood in front of the white-robed youth. The white-robed youth looked at the three demon kings who suddenly ran out and was slightly stunned. The battle shield was also a little stunned. They actually ran out to block their way. Feng Tian Demon King looked at the white-robed youth proudly and asked, "Do you have the extreme Yang Thunder Fire?" Extreme Yang Thunder Fire? The white-robed youth was stunned and looked at the three of them. His expression became strange as he asked, "Recently, the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure have been looking for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire everywhere. Now that you've stopped me, are you planning to snatch the extreme Yang Thunder Fire from me?" "So, you have the extreme Yang Thunder Fire?" Feng Tian Demon King asked. He was rather excited. "Yes. I do. But why should I give it to you?" The white-robed youth chuckled. "What?" The three demon kings were stunned. He actually dared to speak to them with such an attitude and tone. Did he not know their identities? "Don't block the way." The white-robed youth walked forward, pushed the three of them away, and left without looking back. The three demon kings looked at each other. He directly ignored their existence. When did the dignified demon kings become so inconspicuous? Stop! Bloodthirsty demon king was furious as he turned to look at the white-robed youth and shouted. The white-robed youth raised his eyebrows and stopped. He turned to look at bloodthirsty demon king and said with a faint smile, "Did I offend you? If so, I apologize to you. You don't know us?" Black Flame Demon King frowned. "What do you mean?" The white-robed youth looked at the three of them suspiciously and asked, "Are you very famous?" The corners of the three demon kings' mouths twitched. He really didn't know them? The three demon kings of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure actually didn't know them? He was too ignorant. Crazy. The white-robed youth shook his head and turned to leave. "You called us crazy?" The three demon kings were furious. A terrifying aura rushed out of Black Flame Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King's body and roared at the white-robed youth. "You're courting death." Battle Shield, who was following the white-robed youth, was enraged. His sovereign aura swept through the world like a volcano. "You're the ones courting death." Black Flame Demon King snorted coldly and waved his hand. The Black Flame Demon Castle charged out of his body. The sovereign aura roared in all directions and blasted at Battle Shield. The white-robed youth felt the sovereign aura and turned to look at the Black Flame Demon Castle. His eyes flashed. Clang! The two sovereign divine weapons clashed. The white-robed youth's battle shield shattered on the spot. So strong. The shattered battle shield returned to the white-robed youth's side, his heart filled with fear. What kind of sovereign divine weapon was this? How could it injure him so severely? "You still dare to be arrogant?" Black Flame Demon King waved his hand and the demon castle floated in the air. The terrifying sovereign aura pressed down on the white-robed youth and battle shield. The white-robed youth looked at the demon king and then at Theta Wang and the others. He smiled and said, "It seems that I have to get to know you all again." "You can still smile?" The three demon kings frowned. Why did it look so similar to Qin Feiyang's face? The white-robed youth smiled and said, "To be able to possess a mid-level sovereign divine weapon, you must be one of the 10 demon kings under the divine king of primal chaos. At least you have some knowledge." Bloodthirsty Demon King sneered. "Really?" The white-robed youth was stunned. The corners of his lips curled up and he said, "Then may I know your names? Why are you asking so many questions? Hand over the extreme yang lightning fire immediately and we can consider leaving your corpse intact." Flattery Demon King said impatiently. "Hand over the extreme yang lightning fire and you still want to kill us?" The white-robed youth was stunned. "Do you have a choice?" Flattery Demon King looked at him with disdain. "You guys are really unreasonable." The white-robed youth shook his head and sighed. "Cut the crap. Hurry up." Bloodthirsty Demon King raised his eyebrows. Why was there so much nonsense? The white-robed youth waved his hand, and extreme yang lightning fire appeared one after another. In the end, there were more than a dozen of them. So many? The three demon kings were stunned. This was completely beyond their imagination. "I didn't lie to you, did I? I do have the extreme yang lightning fire." The white-robed youth smiled and put the dozen extreme yang lightning fire back into the yin and yang ring. "What do you mean?" The three demon kings were furious. They thought that the white-robed youth was giving them the extreme yang lightning fire, and they thought that the white-robed youth was tactful. However, they never thought that the white-robed youth would take it out to prove that he did have the extreme yang lightning fire. The white-robed youth smiled and said, "Tell me your names first. After I know your specific identity, I can consider giving you a extreme yang lightning fire." "What?" The three demon kings were stunned. They seriously wondered if they had heard wrongly. Giving them the extreme yang lightning fire needed to consider? Moreover, after knowing that they were demon kings, the white-robed youth wasn't nervous at all and was fearless. What was going on? When did such an arrogant undead appear in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? "You're not going to say it? Then I won't accompany you." You can slowly find it yourself. The white-robed youth smiled faintly. Before the three demon kings could react, he turned around and left with the broken shield. Chapter 38:22. Damn it, you're not putting us in your eyes at all. Bloodthirsty Demon King could no longer control the killing intent in his heart. They did not dare to touch Qin Feiyang because of the restriction of the Blood Oath, the Primal Chaos Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City. But what did he have? A mere ant dared to be so arrogant in front of the three demon kings? You want to die? Fine. I'll grant you your wish. Clang. Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, a wave of blood surged out. This was a blood-colored palace. With the appearance of this palace, the world seemed to be dyed in blood, and a murderous aura enveloped the entire area. The white-robed youth raised his eyebrows again. Was there no end to this? It's useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now. Die for me. Bloodthirsty Demon King roared. The blood-colored hall was filled with killing intent as it charged toward the white-robed youth. Beg for mercy? The white-robed youth smiled. So what if you're a demon king from the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? War Shield said in disdain. Strange. Black Flame Demon King looked at the white-robed youth and War Shield and couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Flattery Demon King looked at him suspiciously when he heard this. Black Flame Demon King said, Why do I feel like they're not from the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? They're not from the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Flattery Demon King was shocked. If they weren't from the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, they must be from the outside world. However, why didn't Qin Feiyang mention it before? Could it be, the two seemed to have thought of something as they looked at each other. Their eyes flashed at the same time. If this person was really from the outside world, he must be Qin Feiyang's opponent because Qin Feiyang didn't mention this person at all. But even if they had such a guess, they didn't stop Bloodthirsty Demon King. Because they wanted to see how strong this person was. Could he pose a threat to Qin Feiyang? Boom! The blood-colored hall charged forward aggressively. The white-robed youth's expression didn't change as he looked at War Shield and said with a smile, Earth Dragon Shield, go and recuperate first. Yes. The Earth Dragon Shield responded respectfully and disappeared into the body of the white-clothed young man. Earth Dragon Shield, as soon as these three words were spoken, the identity of the young man in white was also revealed. This was because the Earth Dragon Shield was the sovereign weapon of the dragons. And this white-clothed youth, without a doubt, was the son of the Ice Dragon, Long Chen. After the Earth Dragon Shield disappeared, Long Chen raised his head to look at the bloodthirsty Demon King and said indifferently, A mid-level Dominator divine weapon won't be able to kill me. Heavenly God's sword, come out. As his voice fell, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out of his body. Following closely, a battle sword flew out. This was his sovereign divine weapon. The God's sword. The other half seemed to be condensed from ice, and the cold current was bone-piercing. The other half seemed to be made of milky white gems, sparkling and emitting a holy aura. This sovereign weapon. The moment they saw the heavenly God's sword, Demon King Black Flame and Demon King Black Flame's pupils shrank. Even the furious bloodthirsty Demon King couldn't help but shudder. Clang! The heavenly God's sword attacked, its sharp edge tearing the sky and splitting the earth. Caught off guard, the Blood Palace King was blasted away on the spot, leaving a sword mark on his body. What? It can actually hurt my body? Could it be that this sovereign divine weapon is also? The Blood Palace King was shocked. The demon castle was the same. Only a sovereign divine weapon of the same level could hurt them. In other words, this heavenly God's sword, like them, was also an ultimate sovereign divine weapon. How was this possible? Other than them, there were no other mid-level sovereign divine weapons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The Blood Palace King and the Demon Castle also realized that the human in front of them might be the same as Qin Feiyang, from the Sky Cloud Realm. Who are you looking down on? Do you know who is standing in front of you? The heavenly God's sword opened its mouth, its words were full of disdain for the three demon kings, the Blood Palace King, and the Demon Castle. Demon King Black Flame looked at the heavenly god's sword and asked, "Who is he?" "You don't have the right to know. You only need to be clear about one thing, even if it's the primal chaos divine king above you. If he dares to provoke us, only death awaits him." The heavenly god's sword smiled proudly. "What?" The three demon kings looked at each other. Even the primal chaos divine king had no choice but to die. Bullshit. How powerful was the divine king? She wouldn't put a mere mid-level sovereign divine weapon in her eyes. Not to mention, beside the divine king, there was a chaos imperial city that was even more powerful than the mid-level sovereign divine weapon. However, regardless of whether it was a bluff or not, the person in front of them could definitely pose a threat to Qin Feiyang. The two hurriedly walked to the side of the bloodthirsty demon king and secretly said, "Stop first." "What's wrong? Are you really scared by them?" The bloodthirsty demon king raised his eyebrows. "What kind of joke is this? So what if the heavenly god's sword is a mid-level sovereign divine weapon? Don't forget, we have 3 mid-level sovereign divine weapons. With our 3 mid-level sovereign divine weapons, how could we be scared by a brat?" Demon King Feng Tian transmitted his voice. There was still a trace of disdain in his words. Because his sovereign divine weapon had not been revealed yet. If they were to really fight, the 3 sovereign divine weapons of the Demon Castle, coupled with his and the Black Flame Demon King's strength, wouldn't they be easily crushed? The Black Flame Demon King sized up Long Chen and asked, "Little brother, are you from the outside world?" "I finally saw it." "Your reaction is too slow." Long Chen smiled faintly. The bloodthirsty Demon King didn't understand and asked in surprise, "Isn't he an undead?" "He's not an undead." The Black Flame Demon King shook his head. If it was in the past, seeing that the other party didn't have an undead aura, he would definitely dare to immediately assert that the other party was an outsider. But now, there were already many undead that had taken the undead barrier-breaking pill and successfully passed the tribulation, becoming a real human. It was also because of this that the 3 demon kings had mistakenly thought that Long Chen was also an undead. An outsider, the bloodthirsty demon king sized up Long Chen and instantly understood the meaning of the Black Flame Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King. With a wave of his hand, the blood-red palace broke through the air and landed above his head. The Black Flame Demon King also recalled the Demon Castle. "Didn't you want to kill us? Why did you suddenly stop?" The Sky God's sword sneered. Long Chen looked at the 3 demon kings with a thoughtful look. "It's all a misunderstanding." A smile appeared on the Black Flame Demon King's rough face. The Sky God's sword was about to ridicule when Long Chen raised his hand to stop it. He looked at the 3 demon kings and smiled. "The 3 of you should have suffered a lot in the hands of Qin Feiyang during this period of time in the Chaos Royal City." "Ah." When the 3 heard Long Chen's words, their faces were immediately filled with surprise. "How did this person know?" "Are you wondering how I know?" Long Chen asked with a smile. "Yes." The 3 nodded instinctively. "First of all, you are looking for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire. As the 3 demon kings of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, not only did you personally come out to look for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, but you also hid your aura and hid here to rob people. What does this mean? The undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure are all hiding from you. You can only hide your aura and wait for the undead to come to you. Moreover, the news of the undead barrier-breaking pill has already spread in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Logically speaking, since you were the first to know about the undead barrier-breaking pill, even if you came out to look for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, you should have found it long ago. But after so long, you are still looking for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire. And look at this little friend." Long Chen looked at the bloodthirsty demon king and smiled faintly. "Your physical body was destroyed, and with your strength, it is impossible for it to be caused by the undead." "Little friend?" The bloodthirsty demon king's face darkened and said angrily, "Although I look very young, in terms of age, I can be your ancestor." "Be my ancestor?" Long Chen was stunned and shook his head with a smile. you really can't do this. Just my father's age is estimated to be at least a few dozen times older than you. What? The bloodthirsty Demon King was stunned. A few dozen times older than him? Or at least. Who dared to say such big words? I can't help it if you don't believe me. Long Chen shrugged and looked at the bloodthirsty Demon King and continued, I know Qin Feiyang's strength. He is not strong enough to destroy your physical body. As for the blood ancestor, Madman Mo, and the others, they do not have this ability. So, if I am not wrong, your physical body must have been destroyed by the Divine King of Primal Chaos or the Royal City of Primal Chaos. The three Demon Kings looked at each other. Why did it feel like they were seeing it with their own eyes? This was too amazing. Feng Tian Demon King frowned and said, Are you related to Qin Feiyang? No. But, about Qin Feiyang refining pills in the Royal City of Primal Chaos, the undead along the way are all talking about it. Combined with the discussions of these undead in your current situation, it is not difficult to deduce the result. You have followed the Divine King of Primal Chaos for so many years. The Divine King of Primal Chaos will not easily attack you unless there is a special reason. And during this period, only Qin Feiyang and the others were in the Royal City of Primal Chaos, so this matter must have something to do with Qin Feiyang and the others. I think that Qin Feiyang and the others must have used some method to gain the recognition of the Divine King of Primal Chaos. In other words, in the eyes of the Divine King of Primal Chaos, your status is now lower than theirs. As for the undead barrier-breaking pill, obviously, they are deliberately making things difficult for you, and it should be more than once. Long Chen smiled faintly. Too accurate. The three of them were shocked. To be able to deduce that they had been making things difficult for them more than once, how terrifying did one's mind have to be? One had to know. When they first made things difficult for them, Qin Feiyang and the others hadn't moved to the city wall yet, so apart from the Divine King of Primal Chaos, the Royal City of Primal Chaos and the other Demon Kings, no one knew about it. However, you deserve it. Why did you have to provoke Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist? Back then, my people used the power of the entire clan, but they still couldn't defeat them. Instead, they were exterminated by them. At that time, they weren't even at the imperishable realm. You can imagine how terrifying their methods are. You may admire my mind now, but let me tell you, compared to them, my mind is nothing. Long Chen shook his head. The three of them were shocked. Indeed. They really admired Long Chen's mind. But they didn't expect that even this person would feel inferior in front of Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. It seemed that they had never seen what kind of people Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist were. They also didn't realize how terrifying the two of them were. Wait. You just said that Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist have a grudge against you? Demon King Black Flame was surprised. That's right. If it wasn't for my father appearing in time, even my mother, sister, and I would have died in their hands. To be exact, I would have died in their hands at that time. It was my father who saved me. Long Chen nodded. The three Demon Kings looked at each other. Wasn't this an opportunity? What was bigger than the grudge of extermination? None. This was the biggest grudge. It was irreconcilable. Either you die or I die. This person must hate Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist. So, if they asked this person for help, he would definitely not refuse. Chapter 38-23. With this thought in mind, Black Flame Demon Theta Wang looked at Long Chen with a smile on his face. Long Chen's eyes flickered, as if he had already seen through the thoughts of the three. May I know brother's name? Feng Tian Demon King asked with a smile. Long Chen. Long Chen said. Feng Tian Demon King smiled, so it's brother Long Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Ah. Long Chen was stunned. This was too hypocritical. If it was said that he was a little famous in the Sky Cloud realm, he would still believe it. After all, putting aside the identity of the son of the Ice Dragon, he was also the son of the dragons. Of course. Not many people knew about the identity of the son of the ice dragon. But in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it was as if he was just a nobody. A trace of resentment crawled up in Feng Tian Demon King's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "To tell you the truth, Brother Long Chen, as you guessed, we fell to this point because of Qin Feiyang and the madman. In fact, they are indeed capable. No matter where they go, they can become the focus of attention." Long Chen shook his head. "Focus? We don't agree with this. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If you really want to establish a foothold in a place, you have to be as low-key as Brother Long Chen." Feng Tian Demon King sneered. No, I'm also very high profile." Long Chen waved his hand. Would someone who kept a low profile run around with a sovereign-level weapon? Obviously not. Black Flame Demon King's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Brother Long Chen, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why don't we join forces to get rid of Qin Feiyang and the madman?" "That's right. If we join forces, we will definitely be able to kill them. At that time, you will have avenged your clan." Bloodthirsty Demon King nodded. Join forces? Long Chen was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised by the proposal of the three. But was it really unexpected? No. When the three of them revealed their killing intent towards Qin Feiyang and the madman, all of this was within his expectations. Furthermore, if he guessed correctly, the three people in front of him should be the targets of Qin Feiyang's trap. The three demon kings were so naive that they were adorable. One had to know that even Qin Feiyang and the madman were afraid of Long Chen. However, the three of them had overestimated themselves and came to make use of him. Weren't they just looking for trouble? The Black Flame Demon King looked at Long Chen's surprised expression and said with a smile, "Brother Long Chen, you must be thinking that with our strength, we can easily kill them. Why don't we do it ourselves?" "Yes." Long Chen nodded. "Because we were forced to swear a blood oath. With Brother Long Chen's understanding of Qin Feiyang and the others, you should know about the blood oath, right?" The Black Flame Devil King sighed. "I see." Long Chen suddenly understood. Feng Tian Demon King's eyes turned as he looked at Long Chen and said, "May I ask Brother Long Chen, can the blood oath really destroy the sovereign divine weapon?" "Yes." Long Chen nodded. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear. Originally, they were still hoping for a fluke. Although the blood oath could kill the undead, it might not be able to destroy the sovereign divine weapon. After all, the sovereign divine weapon in their hands were all mid-level sovereign divine weapons, which were much stronger than the undead. But now, hearing Long Chen's reply, they no longer dared to underestimate him. Long Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. "It's not impossible to join forces, but Qin Feiyang and the madman are both in the Chaos Imperial City. Unless you can lure them out, with my strength, it's impossible to kill them under the nose of the Divine King and the Chaos Imperial City. Regarding this, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Long Chen." The Black Flame Devil King sighed. "What do you mean?" Long Chen was suspicious. The Black Flame Devil King said, "They also made a blood oath that before the Sky Bell Divine Treasure ends, they cannot leave the Chaos Imperial City." "They can't leave the Chaos Imperial City?" Long Chen was surprised. He really didn't know about this. Because when the ancient castle contacted the Heavenly God's sword, it only asked them to help and didn't say anything. Yes. This is their agreement with the Divine King. The Divine King was afraid that they would plunder the Sky Bell Divine Treasure and destroy the balance of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, so he trapped them in the Chaos Imperial City. But I didn't expect. I don't know what method they used, but they actually obtained the approval of the Divine King and openly made a deal with the undead of our Sky Bell Divine Treasure in the Chaos Imperial City. I won't hide it from Brother Long Chen. During this period of time, they used the undead barrier breaking pill to obtain a large number of law miniatures from the undead of our Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Brother Long Chen, you're a smart person. You should know that if they continue to trade with the undead like this, how terrifying will it become in the future? The Black Flame Devil King said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that they would use this method to collect the law miniatures of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. This is much more convenient than finding it by themselves. Long Chen mumbled. They're indeed treacherous. In front of them, these demon kings are probably just like little kids. They'll be toyed around with. The heavenly god sword thought. Although these devil kings are strong, they're still lacking when compared to Qin Feiyang and the others. Long Chen transmitted his voice. Then what should we do now? Should we continue to cooperate with Qin Feiyang or destroy Qin Feiyang's plan? Although the three devil kings want to use us, they're not wrong about one thing. If we let Qin Feiyang continue to trade with the undead like this, who knows how many law miniatures he can collect in the end? This kind of thing, whether it's for you personally or for the entire dragons, is not a good thing. The heavenly god's sword was quite worried. Although Qin Feiyang didn't have many subordinates around him, each of them was loyal to Qin Feiyang. And the reason why Qin Feiyang was frantically collecting the law miniatures was certainly for these people. If these people could obtain the law miniatures and comprehend the ultimate meaning, in the future, no one in the Sky Cloud realm would be able to shake Qin Feiyang's position. Long Chen pondered for a while and suddenly smiled in relief. He transmitted his voice, let's talk about the future later. Besides, even if we can get the law miniatures, we may not be able to comprehend the ultimate meaning. You're too calm. If it were the Dragon King, he would definitely be anxious. The heavenly god's sword was speechless. Our future enemy is not Qin Feiyang. I don't need to say this, you should know. Moreover, a man must keep his word. Since we've already promised Qin Feiyang, we naturally have to do it. Long Chen secretly smiled. Future enemy, the heavenly god's sword murmured and asked, is the divine kingdom really that strong? I don't know. But I heard from my father that this divine kingdom is not simple. You know my father's strength. If even he said it's not simple, then it definitely can't be underestimated. Long Chen transmitted his voice. All right. You decide. The heavenly god's sword didn't say anything else. Long Chen looked up at the three devil kings and frowned. I know Qin Feiyang too well. Not to mention a blood oath, even if it's just a verbal promise, they won't break it. If they don't leave the Chaos Royal City, how can I deal with him? Regarding this, we already have an idea in mind. Devil King Black Flame said. I'd like to hear the details. Long Chen smiled. He has a few companions with him. Devil King Black Flame waved his hand, and the phantoms of White-Eyed Wolf, Princess Wufeng, Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and Hell God Hound appeared. Long Chen looked at their phantoms and asked suspiciously, you want to make a move on them? Smart. These people are now training in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Although we can't do it ourselves, we can help you find their whereabouts. Once we find their whereabouts, I believe that with your strength, it'll be easy to kill them. At that time, you might even be able to use these people to force Qin Feiyang and the others to leave the Chaos Royal City. Once they lose their minds in anger and leave the Chaos Royal City, we won't even need to do anything. The Blood Oath's heavenly tribulation can directly kill them. Devil King Black Flame sneered. Good plan. Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. Devil King Black Flame's expression had a hint of pride as he asked, how about it? Do you want to work with us? Sure. Long Chen nodded and smiled. But what benefits can I get? Benefits? Devil King Black Flame was stunned and frowned. Killing them means you can avenge your people. Isn't this a good thing for you? Of course it's a good thing. But today, you guys came to me for help. Naturally, you should give me a corresponding reward. Long Chen smiled. Reward? The three of them raised their eyebrows. Tell me the truth. Although I have a grudge against them, I don't want to be enemies with them at all because they are too difficult to deal with. So, if there isn't a reward that moves me, I will definitely not do this. You guys can consider it carefully. There's no need to force yourself. Long Chen shook his head. Wasn't this Qin Feiyang's plan? He wanted to take the opportunity to make the three devil kings suffer a double loss. At that time, they wouldn't even have a place to complain. When the three of them heard this, they couldn't help but have a trace of anger in their eyes. To be honest, they were helping this person to avenge his people. Not only did he not thank them, he even asked them for a reward. The most excessive thing was, bearing the grudge of his people's extermination, he actually said that he didn't want to be enemies with Qin Feiyang and the others. This was too weak. He was simply an idiot. What do you guys think? Devil King Black Flame transmitted his voice. Devil King Feng Tian pondered for a while and secretly said, "This person is our only hope now. We might as well rely on him for now." I agree too. At most, after we get rid of Qin Feiyang and the others, we can get rid of him. Devil King Bloodthirsty transmitted his voice. Okay. Devil King Black Flame nodded, looked up at Long Chen, and said, "We will give you the epitome of two strongest laws." Long Chen was stunned. Sword God was also a little confused. Epitome of two strongest laws. Were they trying to make him a beggar? Not to mention anything else, just talking about the years they spent in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, plundering the universe rings and treasure vaults of the undead, they didn't lack these two epitome of laws. Is it not enough? Devil King Black Flame frowned. Isn't this obvious? I have Sword God in hand. It's just two epitome of laws. Can't I find it myself? Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 38-24. He finally understood why these three demon kings would fall into such a sorry state. There was only one reason. Their brains weren't flexible. Their eyesight wasn't good. Because those with a little bit of eyesight wouldn't give out 2 law miniatures as a reward. However, the three demon kings didn't realize this point. Instead, they thought that Long Chen was a little greedy. But now that they had a request, they had no other choice. Tell us what you need, we will try our best to satisfy you. Demon King Feng Tian said. Long Chen thought for a while and smiled, then let's take the law inheritance. What? Law inheritance? The three's expressions froze. After all, this is a very risky thing. Moreover, if I can't kill them in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, they will definitely come to take revenge on me after leaving the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. At that time, it doesn't matter if you are in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, but I'm afraid I won't be at peace in the Sky Cloud Realm. Long Chen smiled. The three demon kings frowned. All right. I'll give you an inheritance. In the end, the three compromised and took out a law of light inheritance. No. You misunderstood me. What I want is not an ordinary law, but an ultimate law. Long Chen waved his hand. What? The three were furious. He actually wanted the inheritance of an ultimate law? Long Chen smiled and said, as demon kings, don't tell me that you don't even have an ultimate law inheritance. The three's faces were gloomy. Of course. I won't let you give it to me for free. As far as I know, Qin Feiyang and Madman still have many rivals in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. If we can join forces with them, the success rate will be higher. Long Chen smiled faintly. How many? The three were taken aback and quickly asked. About 40 to 50 people. Although there aren't many people, they all have sovereign weapons in their hands. In total, there should be about 20 of them. Long Chen said. He was naturally talking about the land of buried gods and the Sky Cloud Sea. This was also the matter that Qin Feiyang asked him to help with. If there were benefits, of course everyone would share them. The land of buried gods aside, the various beast emperors of the heavenly cloud sea had always taken care of Qin Feiyang and the others. Especially the Sea Lion Emperor and the other beast emperors. Back then, when he challenged the first prince of the dragons to a battle on White Crane Island, he was besieged by many powerful enemies. If the 8 great beast emperors hadn't lent the sovereign divine weapon to the madman, he would have been in deep trouble. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This was Qin Feiyang's style. So many? The 3 demon kings were astonished and hurriedly asked, "You know where they are now?" "Of course." Long Chen nodded and said, "Celestial Sword, contact the castle and ask Qin Feiyang where the land of buried gods and the sea of heavenly clouds are. Also, tell him about the situation here." "All right." The heavenly god's sword secretly replied. "All right. Very good." The 3 demon kings were extremely excited. They didn't expect that Qin Feiyang and the madman would have so many powerful enemies. Feng Tian Demon King looked at Black Flame Demon King and said, "Why don't you give him your strongest law inheritance?" "How can I do that? I'm going to fuse with this inheritance myself." Black Flame Demon King hurriedly said. "There's still a long way to go, we can slowly find it in the future. At most, the 2 of us will help you find it when the time comes." After Feng Tian Demon King finished speaking, he gave Bloodthirsty Demon King a look. Bloodthirsty Demon King understood and began to secretly persuade Black Flame Demon King. Black Flame Demon King pondered for a moment, made up his mind, looked at Long Chen, and nodded, "All right, I will give you the strongest law inheritance, but I also have a condition." "Speak." Long Chen smiled. As expected. If it was him, he wouldn't easily give the strongest law inheritance to the other party. Black Flame Demon King said, "You must make a blood oath to kill Qin Feiyang and the others." "Yes. Only by making a blood oath can we trust you enough." Feng Tian Demon King and Bloodthirsty Demon King also nodded. "I don't dare to do that. After all, Qin Feiyang and the others are in the Chaos Royal City. You don't have the strength, let alone me." Long Chen shook his head. Black Flame Demon King frowned. "If you don't dare to guarantee, then wouldn't we give you the inheritance for nothing? If you think so, then I can't help it. In short, I'm not 100% sure. If you want to be 100% sure, then go find someone else. But I can tell you responsibly that as long as Qin Feiyang and the others don't come out of the Chaos Royal City, not only me, no one dares to make a guarantee." Long Chen said indifferently. Black Flame Demon King couldn't help but frown again. "Actually, you don't have to be so suspicious. Because even if I can't get rid of them in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, when I return to the Sky Cloud Realm, I will have to fight with them sooner or later. So, if you give me the inheritance now and let me increase my strength, the chances of winning against them will naturally be higher. This is equivalent to helping you vent your anger." Long Chen smiled slightly. The 3 looked at each other with a hesitant expression. At this time, the Celestial Sword transmitted, "The castle has already told me the meeting point of the land of buried gods and the Sky Cloud Sea, and Qin Feiyang has also asked the White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Woofing to go there in advance to make arrangements." Sure enough, all of this is within his calculations. Long Chen secretly smiled, raised his head to look at the 3 hesitant demon kings, and asked, "How about I take you to find other allies first, and you can think about it on the way?" "Go now?" The 3 demon kings were stunned and hesitated. "What's wrong?" Long Chen was puzzled. "We haven't gotten the undead barrier breaking pill yet, so we don't want anything to happen halfway. How about you give us the extreme Yang Thunder Fire first, and we'll go with you after we get the undead barrier breaking pill?" Demon King Feng Tian said. "You still want the undead barrier breaking pill?" Long Chen smiled. "What's wrong? From what you said, Qin Feiyang doesn't intend to give us the pill?" The 3 frowned. "Since there is a blood oath, he will definitely give it to you sooner or later. But according to my understanding of Qin Feiyang, I estimate that he will only give it to you when he leaves the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, so even if I give you the extreme Yang Thunder Fire now, it will be useless. However, you can go back and prepare more law inheritances." Long Chen smiled. "What do you mean?" The 3 were suspicious. Didn't they already agree to give him the inheritance of the strongest law? Why did he ask them to prepare other law inheritances? Go find others for help, you can't go empty-handed. More or less, you still have to bring some greeting gifts. In other words, if they were to go to the land of buried gods and the Sky Cloud Sea for help, they would naturally have to give them some benefits. When the three heard this, they looked extremely angry. As the high and mighty demon kings, they had actually become the target of extortion by these ants. Because it was obvious that these people treated them as their moneybags. Chapter 38:25. You don't have to worry too much. Not everyone has to be given an inheritance. I reckon that you won't be able to hold on to so many inheritances. When you see them, you only need to give the leader an inheritance. As for the others, give each of them a law miniature. I believe that they will obediently listen to your commands. As for law miniature, you definitely don't lack it. Long Chen smiled. If that's the case, then it's not impossible. The three demon kings heaved a sigh of relief. There were a total of 30 to 40 people. To be honest, they really couldn't afford to give each of them an inheritance. This was because the law inheritance of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure was basically in the hands of the Primal Chaos Divine King. As demon kings, they could only pick up scraps. Even if they were lucky and found a law inheritance, they would first report it to the Divine King of Primal Chaos. After obtaining the Divine King's consent, they would dare to keep it in their hands. All right. Bring us there now. The three demon kings secretly discussed for a moment before looking at Long Chen. Aren't we going back to get the law inheritance? Long Chen was stunned and asked suspiciously. No need. We have always carried our treasures with us and not in the Primal Chaos Royal City. Demon King Feng Tian waved his hand. Long Chen nodded in realization. This would save a lot of time. He turned to the celestial sword and said with a smile, "Let's go." Whoosh! The celestial sword immediately swept up the four of them and tore through the sky like lightning. Long Chen looked at the three beside him. An inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He transmitted his voice, "Contact the ancient castle again and ask Qin Feiyang if he wants to take the opportunity to get rid of these three demon kings. I personally think that there is still a chance to get rid of them." Primal Chaos Royal City. The heavenly tribulation above the city had never stopped. It was always shrouded by tribulation clouds. And now, the undead gathered outside the city had already reached 5,000 to 6,000. Everyone was looking forward to it. Looking at the undead who had successfully passed the tribulation, their faces were filled with envy. Cultivation room. Qin Feiyang was refining pills. Madman was beside him. However, it was not to help. It was because the heavenly god's sword had contacted the ancient castle that it was called in by Qin Feiyang to discuss how to deal with the three demon kings. What do you think? Qin Feiyang finished refining a pill and turned to look at Frenzied Man, who was deep in thought. Is Long Chen really confident that he can get rid of the three great demon kings? Madman frowned. I don't know either. However, Long Chen, the land of buried gods, the heavenly cloud sea, the white-eyed wolf, and Princess Hufeng. With over 40 sovereign weapons, it's not impossible to eliminate the three demon kings. But I'm worried about one thing. Qin Feiyang pondered, a trace of worry on his face. Are you worried about the Divine King of Chaos? Madman asked. That's right. After all, the three demon kings are the subordinates of the Divine King of Chaos. If they die outside, the Divine King of Chaos will definitely investigate to the end, and he might even personally take action. We don't know the strength of the Divine King of Chaos, but we have seen the strength of the Royal City of Chaos with our own eyes. Even the bloodthirsty Demon King couldn't resist at all. Not to mention, there is also Snow Queen and the others. If we really anger the Divine King of Chaos, I'm afraid it will only harm Sea Lion King and the others. Qin Feiyang was worried. Makes sense. Although the Divine King of Chaos promised not to kill us, he did not promise not to kill Sea Lion King and the others. If we really anger her, the consequences will be unimaginable. Madman nodded, then frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Speaking of which, with Long Chen's brain, there is no reason for him to not think of this. But now, he actually instigated us to kill the three demon kings. Is he deliberately tricking us? Tricking us? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He must have learned about our current situation from the three demon kings. Whether it is for public or private reasons, he probably doesn't want to see us crazily collecting law miniatures in the royal city of chaos. Madman frowned. Listening to what you said, it seems to make sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. In any case, we can't be careless. Especially when facing this guy. If we are not careful, we might be tricked by him. At that time, it will be too late to regret. Madman rubbed his forehead. He was clearly a potential enemy. And he was the most threatening enemy. If it was anyone else, they would have already eliminated them. But facing Long Chen, they could only use 4 words to describe their feelings. Helpless. Because Long Chen's background was too terrifying. Wanting to get rid of him was harder than ascending to the heavens. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Madman. So what you mean is that we should not do anything now to avoid unnecessary trouble? That's right. It wasn't easy for us to get the recognition and acquiescence of the Divine King of Chaos. If all our previous efforts were to be wasted because of the death of the 3 demon kings, it wouldn't be worth it. There is also the most important point. If Longchen reveals that we are actually in cahoots with the Sea Lion Emperor, then will the Divine King of Chaos still be so polite to us? Definitely not. At that time, I'm afraid he will directly imprison us, let alone continue to trade with the undead and collect law miniatures. Madman pursed his lips. Makes sense. At the moment, we really can't destroy our relationship with the Divine King of Chaos. Even if we want to kill the 3 demon kings, we have to do it openly and let the Divine King of Chaos have nothing to say. Qin Feiyang nodded and decisively let the castle restore the heavenly sword. At the same time, he let the castle contact the white-eyed wolf to not be impulsive when they meet the 3 demon kings. In the sky above the mountains. The heavenly sword led Long Chen's group of 4 on their way and secretly said, Qin Feiyang rejected your proposal. That's expected. Long Chen smiled faintly. Listening to your tone, it seems that you really want Qin Feiyang to agree? The heavenly sword was puzzled. Of course I want to. Because if the 3 demon kings really die outside, the Divine King of Chaos will definitely not sit back and do nothing. In the end, it will even affect the relationship between Qin Feiyang's group and the Divine King of Chaos. This way, they won't be able to continue trading with the undead in the royal city of chaos. Long Chen secretly said. So that's how it is. The heavenly sword suddenly understood. Unfortunately, they have already seen through my purpose. Long Chen shook his head. I thought you really wanted to cooperate with them, but it turns out that you were looking for an opportunity to scheme against them. The heavenly sword despised. Cough cough. Long Chen coughed dryly. What's wrong? The 3 demon kings immediately looked at him suspiciously. It's nothing. It's just that my throat is a little uncomfortable. Long Chen hurriedly waved his hand. The 3 demon kings did not suspect anything and turned their heads to look elsewhere, as if they were secretly discussing something. Can this also be called scheming? It can only be said to be a small matter to add some fun to a dull life. Long Chen transmitted his voice. Ah. The heavenly sword was stunned. This was actually just a small matter. It really widened its knowledge. Chapter 38-26. Sure enough. In this deceitful world, apart from the people around you, no one can be trusted. Just like this time, if Qin Feiyang and Madman didn't pay attention, they would definitely fall into Long Chen's trap. Time flew by. 2 years passed. On this day. Inside the castle. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged. Qin Feiyang was concentrating on refining pills, and with the sudden emergence of this aura, his furnace almost exploded. With great difficulty, he managed to control the violent aura in the furnace, and then frowned slightly. This is the aura of the law of thunder. Moreover, it seems to be breaking through the ultimate meaning. Because when Madman mastered the ultimate meaning of the law of thunder, the aura was exactly the same as this. But now, The people who were in seclusion in the castle were basically fusing with the ultimate meaning of the strongest law, so why would there be the aura of the law of thunder? Wait. There seems to be someone missing. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a trace of joy. Purple gold skeleton. That's right. The purple gold skeleton said at that time that it had fused with the miniature of the law of thunder, and it was about to comprehend the ultimate meaning. It seems that it should be the purple gold skeleton. 2 years outside. Inside the castle, more than 3 million years have passed. Although for people with their cultivation level, 3 million years was nothing, for the purple gold skeleton, it was quite long. Because compared to mastering the ultimate meaning, what he wanted to know more now was whether he could really get rid of his undead body. If he had to choose, he would rather use an ultimate meaning in exchange for the chance to be reborn. So at this moment, the purple gold skeleton was very excited and nervous. Qin Feiyang quickly finished refining the pill, and hurriedly walked out of the cultivation room. He jumped to the second floor, and pushed open a stone door. He saw the purple gold skeleton sitting inside the cultivation room. Its entire body was curled up by the terrifying power of thunder. The purple gold skeleton also noticed the arrival of Qin Feiyang. But at this moment, he really wasn't in the mood to greet Qin Feiyang, and nervously paid attention to his own situation. What's going on? Madman also rushed in, looked at Qin Feiyang standing outside the door of the second floor, and asked, "Come up and see for yourself," Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. The madman jumped up and landed beside Qin Feiyang. He looked at the purple gold skeletons inside and a trace of expectation appeared in his eyes. Finally, flesh and blood slowly grew on the purple gold skeleton's bones. This change surprised Qin Feiyang and Madman. This was because after coming to the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure for so many years, this was their first time witnessing the scene of a skeleton condensing a corporeal body. Another few hundred breaths passed. The purple golden skeleton had already disappeared. At this moment, the person sitting cross-legged in the cultivation room was shockingly a young man. This was the original appearance of the purple gold skeleton. He was about 1.9 meters tall and had a skeletal body. He had short black hair and bronze skin. He was filled with explosive power. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and released their divine senses to check the young man's condition. The young man himself was also carefully examining it. About 10 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other again and couldn't help but have a trace of joy in their eyes. Because in the young man's body, they didn't find any undead aura, and there were no other abnormalities. He was completely a living person. The young man himself couldn't help but tremble. Was this true? Even if the truth was in front of him, he didn't dare to believe it. Congratulations. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The young man finally looked up at Qin Feiyang and Madman and asked with difficulty, "Have I really gotten rid of my undead body and reincarnated as a human?" Right now, he was only afraid that Qin Feiyang and the other man would spit out the word no. You are already a real human, no longer an undead. Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but shed tears. He was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and smiled. They had long experienced this feeling. Especially Qin Feiyang. Because in the past, he had personally seen Fire Lotus walk step by step. The pain and despair that Fire Lotus faced was still vivid in his mind. So, the two didn't disturb the young man's state and let him be alone for a while before silently retreating to the hall. Qin Feiyang brewed a pot of tea and said with a smile, "Although they are both undead, the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure is still somewhat different from the Fire Lotus." Madman nodded. After the Fire Lotus successfully passed the tribulation, it directly condensed a body of flesh and blood. But the skeletons of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, whether or not the undead aura was removed in advance, had to comprehend the ultimate meaning in order to condense a body of flesh and blood. This should be the rule restriction of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Rules. Madman frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Old Qin, who do you think is behind the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. In the past, we didn't have much knowledge and didn't think too much about this kind of place with special rules. We even thought that these rules existed purely because of heaven and earth. But it's different now. A place with special rules like this must be related to someone or something. Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded. So I can't help but wonder, who is the master behind the Sky Bell Divine Treasure? Whether it's a person or some other divine object, why would he set up such a rule? Madman frowned. Who knows? It's hard to understand the thoughts of ordinary big shots. Don't care about anything else, as long as it's not targeted at us. In any case, we are just passers-by to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. It was impossible to have any results just by thinking about these things, so there was no need to find trouble for himself. That's true. Madman nodded. As passers-by, no matter what secrets were hidden in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it had nothing to do with them. They just needed to be themselves. Duh. At this time, accompanied by a series of footsteps, the young man finally walked out of the cultivation room. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman who were sitting in the hall below, his eyes filled with gratitude. Following that, the young man descended and arrived in front of Qin Feiyang and Madman. Madman smiled and said, after being an undead for so many years, are you still not used to being a human? The young man scratched his head and nodded with a smile, looking charmingly naive. Slowly get used to it. After being an undead for so many years, you shouldn't have drunk tea. You're lucky today. Qin Feiyang poured a cup of tea and placed it on the opposite side of the tea table. He smiled and said, this is a rare divine tea, I usually can't bear to drink it. Divine tea? The young man was stunned. He looked at the teacup and his eyes seemed to be a little blurred. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. It's true that I haven't drunk tea for a long time. I haven't tasted wine either. I really miss it. The young man shook his head, looked up at Qin Feiyang and Madman, and knelt on the ground with a plop. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang hurriedly put down the teacup and stepped forward to help the young man. The young man gently pushed Qin Feiyang away, looked at the two and said, I never thought that there would be a chance to be reborn. Until now, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Thank you, you are my reborn parents. Please be sure to accept my 3 kowtows. After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times in spite of Qin Feiyang's obstruction. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, took the young man's arm, and sighed, it's a shame, because you don't have to mind. Although for you, this may be a business deal, for us undead, this is a great kindness. Besides, not only did you refine pills for us, but you also helped us cross the tribulation. It's only right to reward you. I believe that no undead in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure will blame you for this, and will only be grateful to you in their hearts. The robust young man said. His words were very sincere, causing Qin Feiyang and the young man to blush with shame. Cough. Madman coughed to conceal the embarrassment on his face, took out a jar of black tortoise divine wine, and said, this is also a divine wine, treat it as a gift to celebrate your rebirth. Thank you. The young man stepped forward and took the wine jar, then picked up the teacup on the table and drank it all in one gulp, nodding, it's really good tea. Qin Feiyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Drinking tea like this, could one really taste good and bad? However, he really could understand this person's mood. Right now, whether it was divine wine or divine tea, it couldn't compare to the joy in his heart at this moment. We'll send you out. You have to cherish every day in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. I know. I will definitely cherish it. The young man nodded heavily. If he still didn't know how to cherish it after being reborn, then there was really no medicine that could save him. When the 3 walked out of the ancient castle, everyone's eyes were cast over. Old Old Poison, Li Zhongsheng, and Xiao Shui looked at the young man with surprise. Who was this? They didn't seem to have seen him before. Wait. He couldn't be that purple gold skeleton from back then, right? Everyone, do you still recognize him? Madman looked at the undead outside the city, pointed at the young man, and laughed. Now, there were more than 10,000 undead gathered outside the city. Most of them had already condensed flesh and blood, and only a small portion of them were still skeletons. These skeletons were actually just watching. Because they had already heard that a purple gold skeleton had successfully transcended the tribulation and was now in seclusion in the ancient castle. Hearing Madman's words, all the undead shook their heads. They had never seen him before. Madman said, "He is the purple gold skeleton that absorbed the undead barrier-breaking pill 2 years ago and successfully transcended the tribulation." What? It's him? The undead outside the city were stunned. Following that, countless divine sense surged towards the young man. There's no more undead aura. He succeeded. In other words, even for skeletons like us, the undead barrier-breaking pill is still useful. The happiest ones were of course those skeletons. In the past 2 years, all the skeletons that came here were looking forward to this good news every day. But at the same time, they were afraid that the news they were waiting for was bad. So, while looking forward to it, they were also filled with torment. Chapter 38:27. And now, there was finally good news. How could he not be happy? Not excited? He could finally put down the huge stone that had been pressing on his heart. Sigh. Frenzy suddenly sighed. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Frenzy shook his head and said sadly, looking at these smiling faces, "I feel that, we are too great. We are simply great men of a generation. Even I admire myself." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Looking at Frenzy's sad look, he thought that he was going to say something touching, but in the end, he changed the topic and became smug. Sure enough, one's nature was something that could never be changed. At the same time, seeing the skeletons outside the city burning with hope because of his transformation, the muscular young man's face was full of smiles. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Xiao Qin. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Brothers, we will meet again." And Qin Feiyang and Old Li nodded. Whoosh. The young man didn't say anything emotional. He nodded to Li Zhongsheng and the other two and soared into the sky, leaving without looking back. Don't say that. Seeing them leave one by one in satisfaction, I really feel a sense of accomplishment. Xiao Shui smiled. And Li Zhongsheng and Old Poison nodded. As former undead, they naturally knew how these undead felt. The young man was relatively calm. Some of the undead couldn't help but cry after transcending the tribulation. For them, getting rid of their undead bodies wasn't just about being reborn as a human, but also relief and hope. After the purple gold skeleton's verification, the other skeletons no longer had any concerns and went forward to trade with Xiao Shui and the other two. Business was even more popular than before. Moreover, as the news spread, more and more skeletons rushed over. All day long, the few of them were busy. But it was worth it. While doing good deeds, they could also obtain a large number of law miniatures. It was the best of both worlds. Not long after, Blood Ancestor and Li Feng both came out of seclusion. Without a doubt, their strongest laws had broken through one after another. However, this was all thanks to the souls of the undead that Snow Queen and the others gave them. In the beginning, they had thought that by relying on the souls of the dead that the Divine King of Primal Chaos had given them, they would be able to break through to the next level. However, it turned out that they had underestimated the amount of souls of the dead needed to break through to the next level. The souls of the dead that the Divine King of the Primal Chaos had given them had all been devoured. In the end, they were just a little short. The souls of the undead that Snow Queen and the others had gifted him just so happened to make up for this gap. Furthermore, Their exit also brought Qin Feiyang a piece of good news. The blood ancestor knew how to refine pills. This was something that no one had expected. How could a demon like the blood ancestor have the patience to study pills? When he needed medicinal pills, it was more convenient to just snatch them. Therefore, at first, Qin Feiyang held a skeptical attitude. However, when the blood ancestor personally finished refining a pill, Qin Feiyang immediately felt ashamed to show his face. This was because the pills refined by the blood ancestor had 8 dragon-shaped pill qi. The quality of the pills was even higher than his. The most excessive thing was, the blood ancestor also said something. He hadn't refined for many years and his technique was rusty. It wasn't even 1/10 of his peak. Not even 1/10 of his peak. Then how many dragon-shaped pill qi could he refine at his peak? 9? 10? As expected. This was an old antique. None of them could be underestimated. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even Li Feng didn't know that the blood ancestor knew how to refine pills. Of course. There was nothing he could do about it. Once in the ancient world, the blood ancestor had been sealed by the ice dragon and had always been in the form of a remnant soul. Moreover, with an existence like him, it was impossible for him to personally refine pills unless he had no other choice. But this time, he took the initiative to take on the hard work of refining pills. The reason was to let Qin Feiyang and Madman go into seclusion to fuse with the inheritance. Li Feng was also helping outside. If it was before, Qin Feiyang would definitely not be at ease with the blood ancestor. But now it was different. He trusted him unconditionally, so he taught him all the refining methods of the undead barrier-breaking pill and went into seclusion with peace of mind. There was no need to talk about the blood ancestor's strength now. The slaughter law, the death law, and the time law were the 3 ultimate profound meanings. This kind of strength had already surpassed his peak. Because at his peak, he had only mastered 1 ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. And now, he had 3 ultimate profound meanings. Even though Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin Lord were also growing, the blood ancestor's current strength was completely enough to compete with the 3 Dragon King. What made Qin Feiyang and Madman the most emotional was that Li Feng had actually mastered the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law before them. To be honest, when they were in the ancient world, they never thought that Li Feng had the ability to keep up with their pace. Because although Li Feng's talent was good, it could only be considered average among the geniuses. They didn't expect that not only would he catch up with their pace, but he would also surpass them. Sometimes, you had to believe in fate. Everyone had different encounters. And Li Feng's greatest fortune in his life was meeting the blood ancestor. Otherwise, even if Li Feng had agreed to cultivate with them, it would have been difficult for him to have today's achievements. Of course. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Frenzy, they didn't agree with Li Feng's rise. Fortunately, now that Li Feng had turned over a new leaf, he no longer needed to absorb the flesh and blood of living creatures. On the other side, a rolling mountain range was located on the ground. From afar, it looked like a giant dragon, exuding a majestic aura that shocked the soul. Somewhere in the mountain, dozens of people were sitting cross-legged on the ground. Among them, there were a few particularly familiar faces. One of them was the masked Azura. As usual, he wore a mask. His dark eyes faintly carried a trace of blood light, looking extremely deep. Judging from his figure and skin, he should be a young man. However, his temperament and eyes were very calm. Next to the masked Azura was a middle-aged man in black. This person was also very familiar. It was the person called the Divine Beast who had intercepted Qin Feiyang and the others several times in the land of buried gods. The other was the Sea Lion Emperor. There was no need to say much about the Sea Lion Emperor. Qin Feiyang and the others had contact with him many times and were very respectful to him. As for the others, although they had seen them before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, they weren't too familiar with them. It was worth mentioning. On a mountain peak not far away, there was a man and a woman snuggling together. They looked very intimate, but their faces were unfamiliar. Both of them looked young. The man had a head of black hair and was about 1.7 meters tall. His appearance was extremely ordinary. It was no exaggeration to say that if he was placed in a crowd, no one would take a second look at him. The woman in his arms was also ordinary, with a mole on her chin. Other women all had beauty moles. But her mole was a bit too much. It was almost the size of a child's finger. Sister Feng, do you like this kind of ordinary life? The man spoke, his tone was full of doting. Yes. This is the kind of life I yearn for. The woman nodded. Obviously. This man and woman were the white-eyed wolf and Princess Wufeng. But at this moment, they had changed their appearance and temperament. Even if Qin Feiyang and Frenzy were here, they might not be able to recognize them. Is your life not good now? Open your mouth and open your mouth. Others can't wait to be envious. The white-eyed wolf smiled. I told you that you're vulgar, but you don't believe me. What you see is just the surface. As the Princess Royal of the Fire Phoenix clan, my burden is no less than yours. Father is looking forward to me becoming the next patriarch of the Feng people. Lord Feng Ho also hopes that I can become the future pillar of the Feng people. But they don't know that their expectations will become a burden and pressure on me. More importantly, I have to deal with the Ice Phoenix clan. Take the matter of Bing Running as an example. If it were you, you would definitely kill her directly to prevent her from becoming a disaster. But I can't. I have to endure it. I have to consider the entire Feng people. Sometimes, I really feel so tired. I want to let go of everything, find a place where no one is around, and live a carefree life. But there's no other way. Born in the Feng people, I have no right to escape. Princess Wufeng shook her head. You've worked hard. The white-eyed wolf heard this and felt distressed. You know that I've worked hard. Then you have to take good care of me in the future. Also, when we return to the Sky Cloud realm, you have to be polite to my father and the others. Don't always look so arrogant. Princess Wufeng said. Do I? I'm such a low-key and humble person. How can it be? The white-eyed wolf laughed. You're low-key. You're humble. Forget it. Go and ask around. Who doesn't know your arrogant and despotic character? Princess Wufeng's face was full of disdain. The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he said in a low voice, if at that time. I mean if at that time your father and the Phoenix Empress oppose us being together, will you do this? Princess Wufeng fell silent. The white-eyed wolf said anxiously, don't say that you're going to abandon me like this. So what if I abandon you? Princess Wufeng smiled proudly. You dare. The white-eyed wolf smiled coldly. Yes, I dare. Are you going to kill me? Princess Wufeng looked at the white-eyed wolf provocatively. The white-eyed wolf picked his nose and said coldly, of course I won't do anything to you, but I will kill my way to the phoenix nest and turn it into a river of blood. You bastard. When Princess Wufeng heard this, she angrily reached out her claws and fiercely pinched the white-eyed wolf's waist. Don't. I'm just joking. Even if you lend me 100 guts, I won't dare to do this. The white-eyed wolf quickly begged for mercy, tears of pain flowing down his face. Humph. Princess Wufeng proudly snorted and let go of her hand. She looked up at the mountains below and sighed, if father and the others really oppose us, I don't know what to do. But we have to face it. After all, we're no longer children. Running away won't solve the problem. Don't worry. No matter what, I'll always stand behind you and be your strong shield. The white-eyed wolf hugged Princess Wufeng and smiled. Thank you. Princess Wufeng was extremely touched. Then, she looked up into the white-eyed wolf's eyes and said, you have to promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you won't let go of my hand. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and looked at Princess Wufeng. He grabbed Princess Wufeng's hand and couldn't help but slightly tighten his grip. He nodded and said, I promise you. Seeing the white-eyed wolf's affirmative answer, Princess Wufeng's heart was as sweet as honey. But in the next moment, the atmosphere suddenly changed. The white-eyed wolf burst out laughing and said, "You look too, cough cough, too beautiful right now. I really can't bring myself to kiss you." "What did you say? You dislike me?" Princess Wufeng was instantly furious. "No, no. How would I dare to dislike you?" The white-eyed wolf hurriedly waved his hand. "I think you despise me. Bastard, if you start to dislike me now, what will happen in the future? Besides, who made me disguise myself like this? I'm not done with you." On the mountain peak, miserable howls immediately sounded. Chapter 38-28. Hearing the movement on the mountain peak, Sea Lion King and the others opened their eyes and looked up. "What's the point of showing off in front of us all day long?" The masked Shura snorted in dissatisfaction. "If you can find one quickly, you won't have to be so envious of them." The middle-aged man in black smiled. "Ahem." The masked Shura choked and said with a dark face, "Uncle Long, what did you say first?" "Which I saw that I was envious of them?" "Still stubborn." "I saw it with all three eyes," the middle-aged man in black said. The masked Shura smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Women are troublesome. Why should I go and find trouble for myself? Isn't it comfortable to be alone? Then you have to think about us old fellows. We old guys don't have any children. The only people we can count on are you and Xiang. Look at the two of you, which one of you is anxious? We've been worrying for nothing." An old man said. He looked old and wore a yellow robe. He stared at the masked Shura with dissatisfaction. "Then you should go and find Junior Brother. He's handsome and is more popular with women." The masked Shura waved his hand. The yellow-robed old man looked helpless. He looked up at the white-eyed wolf and Princess Wufeng and shook his head with a smile. "I really didn't expect the two of them to be together." "Yeah. When I saw this wolf cub before, I always thought that he might be single for the rest of his life. Because with his personality, it's impossible for a woman to like him. But I didn't expect that he would come to us with a woman in such a short time. Moreover, it's the Princess Royal of the Fire Phoenix clan. If Feng Ho knows about this, she'll be so angry that she'll vomit blood." Sea Lion King shook his head. The saying that the world was unpredictable was not wrong at all. "Feng Ho," the middle-aged man in black shook his head and said with a smile, "I think not only will she vomit blood, but she'll probably lose half her life. Because as far as I know, this Princess Royal is deeply loved by Feng Ho. She may have the intention to let her inherit the position of the next Feng Ho." "So you're saying that the wolf cub still dug out her precious treasure this time?" The masked Azura was surprised. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she's my darling. After all, among the younger generation of Feng people, Princess Royal is the most outstanding one. As for the other princes and princesses, take Bing Runing for example. She doesn't care about the big picture at all, let alone becoming Feng Ho's successor. According to my understanding, not only is the eldest princess talented, she has also awakened a terrifying fighting spirit." The middle-aged man in black said. "A terrifying fighting soul?" The masked Shura was stunned and said in surprise, "Don't tell me it's one of the 10 strongest fighting souls." "No. But her fighting soul might be the nemesis of the 10 strongest fighting souls." The black-clothed middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Princess Wufeng. His eyes sparkled. "What? The nemesis of the 10 strongest fighting souls?" The masked Azura was extremely shocked. The 10 strongest fighting souls actually had a nemesis. How come he had never heard of it before? Everything in the world can't escape one rule: mutual generation and restraint. If there's a strongest fighting soul, there must be something that restrains it. So the white-eyed wolf being able to capture this woman's heart is a good thing for us. The Sea Lion Emperor smiled slightly. The masked Azura became more and more confused as he listened. He looked at the Sea Lion Emperor and asked, "Senior, what kind of fighting soul did she awaken?" "You will know in the future." The Sea Lion Emperor smiled. I really don't know what to say about you people of the older generation. You all like to keep people in suspense. The Mas de Jura said helplessly. If I tell you everything, then what's the challenge for the younger generation? The black-clothed middle-aged man stared at him. The Mas de Jura couldn't help but smile. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura came from afar. The group of people was shocked as they raised their heads and looked into the distance. They could faintly see a few figures moving towards them at lightning speed. Stop fooling around. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf also stopped Princess Wufeng and looked up. It seemed to be the aura of Long Chen's sovereign divine weapon. There's also the Black Flame Demon King. Princess Wufeng's eyes darkened. Are they finally here? The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed as he immediately looked at the Sea Lion Emperor and the others below and warned, be careful, don't reveal any flaws. Everyone nodded and landed beside the white-eyed wolf and Princess Wufeng. The white-eyed wolf had already told them about Qin Feiyang's plan. They were also very supportive of this plan. How good was it to be able to obtain a divine weapon without much effort? Who wouldn't like it? And with the three demon kings' status in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, how could they have few treasures on them? Besides, if they were asked to take out some cheap things, even they would be embarrassed. Soon, those few figures descended on the top of the mountain. Sure enough, it was Long Chen, the divine sword, and the three demon kings. Everyone immediately sized up the three demon kings. These were the demon kings of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Their aura was indeed powerful. Especially the sovereign divine weapons in the three demon kings' bodies, that terrifying aura directly brought a death threat to them. The three demon kings were also sizing them up. And they also sensed the aura of sovereign divine weapons like the blood dragon blade in the masked Shura and the others. What Long Chen said was true. These people had a large number of sovereign divine weapons. However, they didn't sense the aura of sovereign divine weapons like the Fire Phoenix sword. Because the Black Flame Demon King had seen the Fire Phoenix sword and the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, Princess Wufeng had them restrain their aura. The white-eyed wolf looked at the three demon kings and frowned at Long Chen. Long Chen, who are they? Why haven't I seen them before in the Sky Cloud realm? Long Chen landed opposite the white-eyed wolf and looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. Obviously, even he didn't recognize the original body of the white-eyed wolf. It's me, your brother wolf. The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. When Long Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It turned out to be this wolf cub. He was quite bold. He thought that even if the white-eyed wolf came, he would definitely hide, but he didn't expect that he would change his appearance and directly face the three demon kings. But thinking back, wasn't this wolf cub always like this? There was nothing he was afraid of. Introduce them. Long Chen beckoned to the three demon kings. The three demon kings landed beside Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. These three's identities will give you a shock. They are the Heaven Bell Divine Treasures Devil Kings. They are the Bloodthirsty Devil King, Black Flame Devil King, and Celestial Demon King. Demon Kings. The eyes of the white-eyed wolf's group trembled. It looked like they were still pretending. It couldn't be said that after hearing the names of the three demon kings, they would still be indifferent. And Princess Wufeng was more familiar with the Black Flame Demon King than the others, because when the Black Flame Demon King went to find Qin Feiyang, she personally experienced it. If it weren't for the help of the three sovereign divine weapons, they would have died in the hands of the Black Flame Demon King. At the same time, looking at the reaction of the group of people, the three demon kings were very satisfied. After the white-eyed wolf came back to his senses, he immediately glared at Long Chen and said, "What do you mean? Why did you bring them here? Don't be nervous." Long Chen hurriedly comforted and smiled. The three demon kings didn't come here with bad intentions. The white-eyed wolf and the others looked at each other, and the doubts in their eyes were even stronger. Long Chen said, "Actually, for everyone, this is a good fortune. Good fortune? The white-eyed wolf frowned. That's right. Long Chen nodded and asked, I believe you have already heard about the situation of Qin Feiyang and the madman. Yes. I heard that they are in the Chaos Royal City, and they are doing well. After the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, he looked at the three demon kings and asked, Is this true? It's true. The three demon kings nodded. These two damn things are really lucky. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. Princess Wufeng, Sea Lion Emperor, and the others also revealed a trace of hostility. Seeing this, the three demon kings couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile on their faces. It seemed that this group of people's hatred for Qin Feiyang and the others was not ordinary. Long Chen laughed. The three demon kings came to find us because they want us to help them get rid of Qin Feiyang and the madman. Get rid of them? Are you kidding? Not to mention that they are now in the Chaos Royal City. With their strength, we can't kill them just because we want to. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. I know. But now, don't we have the help of the three demon kings? I won't say much about what Qin Feiyang and the madman did in the sky cloud realm. Everyone knows it in their hearts. Now that we have such a good opportunity, don't you want to get rid of them? Long Chen asked. Yes. Even in my dreams. The white-eyed wolf said with a face full of resentment. That's not right. Moreover, the three demon kings have prepared a greeting gift for everyone. Long Chen smiled. Greeting gift? Everyone looked at each other and looked at the three demon kings suspiciously. The three demon kings looked at each other and smiled. With a wave of their hands, law miniatures suddenly appeared, and all of them were the strongest law miniatures. Looking at so many law miniatures, except for the white-eyed wolf and Princess Wufeng, everyone's eyes couldn't help but shine. Although they were all important figures in the sky cloud realm, and there were even reclusive old antiques who had mastered the ultimate profound, law miniatures, especially the strongest law miniatures, were like treasures. Because in the sky cloud realm, this thing could only be comprehended by oneself. Not to mention them. Even for Qin Feiyang and the others, when they first entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, seeing an ordinary law miniatures was like seeing a treasure. So, just because Qin Feiyang and the others now had a large number of law miniatures, they couldn't underestimate the value of law miniatures. For the people of the Sky Cloud realm, no matter what law miniatures, they had a fatal temptation. But the three demon kings looked at the reaction of the group of people and couldn't help but be full of ridicule. A mere law miniatures actually made these people so surprised. Sure enough, they were a group of ants who had never seen the world and lived in a low-level civilization. Chapter 38-29. But at this moment, the white-eyed wolf looked at the three demon kings and sneered, You want us to take such a big risk to kill Qin Feiyang with just a few dozen Dao miniatures? Aren't you too naive? The three demon kings raised their eyebrows. How dare he mock them in public? The white-eyed wolf said, To put it bluntly, you are purely using us as cannon fodder. Then what do you want? The black flame demon king asked patiently. It doesn't matter even if we are cannon fodder. But the premise is that you have to let us be willing to be cannon fodder. Don't take out something like the Dao miniatures to make a fool of yourself. My request is not excessive. Everyone present will have a Dao legacy. The white-eyed wolf said. He was really asking for too much. If everyone had a Dao miniatures, even if it was just an ordinary Dao legacy, there would be dozens of them. Even the three demon kings couldn't take out so many Dao miniatures. One Dao legacy per person? Sure enough. Hearing this, the three demon kings were furious. They turned to look at Long Chen and said, Didn't you say that we can send them away with just some Dao miniatures? I did say that. But I also said that the leader must be given enough benefits. It's impossible that even the leader will only be given a Dao miniatures. Long Chen secretly said. The three looked at each other and looked at the white-eyed wolf patiently, saying, It's absolutely impossible for each of you to have a Dao legacy, because in the entire Tianzhong Divine Treasure, except for Lord Divine King, no one has such a strong capital. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Wolf cub, that's enough. Don't lose your life before you can get the Dao miniatures. Yeah, they are the 3 demon kings after all. We can't afford to offend them. Emperor Sea Lion and the others secretly advised. Are the 3 demon kings that great? If it weren't for little Qin Zi and little Lunatic being worried that Long Chen would cheat us, I would kill them right now. The white-eyed wolf snorted. The land of buried gods, the heavenly cloud sea, and Princess Wufeng's sovereign divine weapons, totaled more than 30. Including Long Chen's heavenly god sword, it wasn't impossible to kill the 3 devil kings. However, he had to be wary of Long Chen. Qin Feiyang had given him the task to handle. Naturally, he could not be as impulsive as before. He had to consider all aspects. Emperor Sea Lion and the others were helpless. The only person who dared to disdain the 3 demon kings was probably this wolf cub. You can't take out that much? The white-eyed wolf frowned. He looked at the 3 demon kings and said, then you should at least do something. You can't expect us to fight with our lives on the line just because of a few dozen nomological miniatures. How greedy. A cold light flashed in the 3 demon kings' eyes. Long Chen noticed the killing intent of the 3 demon kings. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a smile, it's indeed too difficult for each of you to receive an inheritance. How about this? I'll give you an inheritance alone. As for the others, it'll be the same as before. Each of you will receive an ultimate nomological miniatures. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Be content. There are so many of you. If each of you receives an ultimate nomological inheritance, that'll be dozens of nomological miniatures. If I let you search for them yourselves, I'm afraid you won't be able to find so many even if you search through the entire Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Long Chen smiled. That's right. No one knows the Sky Bell Divine Treasure better than us. Although each of you has extraordinary strength in the Sky Cloud realm, you're nothing here. Even if you find the nomological miniatures, you might not be able to successfully snatch them. But now, you can get dozens of nomological miniatures at once. Is there anything better than this? The 3 demon kings said. The white-eyed wolf looked at the Sea Lion Island and the others. The Sea Lion Island and the others nodded. The white-eyed wolf frowned and pondered for a moment. Looking at the 3 demon kings, he raised 2 fingers and shook his head. 1 inheritance isn't enough. At least 2 inheritances, and they must be nomological miniatures. Don't push your luck. Even we are still searching for the nomological miniatures. How can we give you 2? We can give you 2 nomological miniatures, but only the nomological miniatures. I advise you to be more tactful. As the saying goes, a greedy man is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Don't bring disaster to yourself just because of a moment of greed. The killing intent in the 3 demon kings' eyes was undisguised. The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. They actually dared to threaten them. Did they really think they wouldn't dare to make a move? Long Chen looked at the white-eyed wolf's reaction, and a glint flashed in his eyes. The white-eyed wolf was different from Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had a calm personality. No matter what happened, he could maintain a calm mind. However, the white-eyed wolf had a fiery temper and did things regardless of the consequences. In the face of the provocation of the 3 demon kings, he might not be able to control his emotions and turn against the 3 demon kings. The white-eyed wolf turning against the 3 demon kings was, of course, a scene that he would be very happy to see. However, Long Chen, who had calculated everything, underestimated the white-eyed wolf this time. Although the white-eyed wolf had a fiery temper, it didn't mean that he was a reckless person. Moreover, people would grow, and it was impossible to stay in the same place forever. The white-eyed wolf was no exception. Although he was usually careless, he was actually very meticulous. The most important thing was, now that he had Princess Wufeng, he also felt responsible. With a sense of responsibility, he would naturally become mature. Moreover, the fate of so many people in the land of buried gods and the sea of heavenly clouds was now in his hands. How could he dare to play around? All right. Just when Long Chen thought that the white-eyed wolf would mercilessly counterattack the three demon kings, the white-eyed wolf suddenly nodded in agreement, which made Long Chen quite surprised. It seemed that this wolf cub had also grown a lot. He could no longer measure it with his previous eyes. Great! The three demon kings laughed. The Black Flame Demon King waved his hand, and two law inheritances appeared. One was the Law of Light, and the other was the Law of Sword. The white-eyed wolf unceremoniously kept the two inheritances, then looked at the Sea Lion Emperor and the others, and laughed. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and choose the law epitome you need. When the group of people heard this, they immediately swarmed forward. In just a moment, there were only two epitomes of the strongest law left in front of them. Only the white-eyed wolf and Princess Wufeng did not take them. Because previously, the three demon kings had prepared a epitome for the white-eyed wolf and the others. But now, the white-eyed wolf had already taken away two inheritances, so the remaining two epitomes, the Black Flame Demon King naturally thought that the white-eyed wolf would definitely not want them. However, just as the Black Flame Demon King was about to take them back, the white-eyed wolf's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast, and he grabbed the two epitomes. Don't want them? How was that possible? Only an idiot would not take advantage of the situation. Even if he did not need them, he could give them to others. Besides, he had not even comprehended a single ultimate profound meaning, and he indeed needed these epitomes of the strongest law. Seeing this scene, the Black Flame Demon King could not help but frown. The white-eyed wolf laughed. Lord Demon King, would you still care about these two epitomes? The Black Flame Demon King was slightly stunned, and a trace of contempt crept up in his heart. What a greedy person. However, if it was the inheritance, he would definitely not take advantage of the white-eyed wolf so easily, but he really did not care about these two epitomes. Long Chen glanced at the white-eyed wolf and the others, then looked at the three demon kings, and laughed. Since you have already discussed it, then my reward, shouldn't it be time for you to give it to me? You still have a reward? The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen in astonishment. Aren't you talking nonsense? Long Chen rolled his eyes. At the same time, when the Black Flame Demon King heard Long Chen's words, he could not help but frown, hesitating. What's wrong? Lord Demon King, have you not thought about it along the way? Long Chen asked with a smile. The Black Flame Demon King frowned. I can give you the inheritance, but how can you guarantee it to us? Then I really can't guarantee it. Long Chen shook his head, and then looked at the white-eyed wolf with deep meaning, and said, however, if you can find the whereabouts of the white-eyed wolf, Princess Fire Phoenix, Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hell God Hound, I can promise to kill them. It's not difficult to find them. The three demon kings smiled confidently. That's fine. The white-eyed wolf and the others are the brothers of Qin Feiyang and the madman, and even the two of them treat them as family. To be honest, killing them is more interesting than killing Qin Feiyang and the madman. Compared to killing them directly, I prefer to see their sorrowful expressions because of the loss of their brothers. Long Chen chuckled. What a ruthless person. Looking at the smile on Long Chen's face, the three demon kings could not help but mutter. Without hesitation, the Black Flame Demon King waved his hand, and an inheritance of the strongest law appeared. What? This is the inheritance of the spacetime law. The eyes of the white-eyed wolf and the others suddenly widened. This bastard actually took such a big advantage? Thank you. I wish us a happy cooperation. Long Chen looked at the three demon kings with a smile, and under the angry gaze of the white-eyed wolf and the others, he put away the inheritance of the spacetime law. The Black Flame Demon King's face was full of reluctance. However, when he thought of making Qin Feiyang and the madman suffer, he felt a lot better. He looked at Long Chen and said, then you guys stay here and wait for our news. Okay. Long Chen nodded. The Black Flame Demon King took out the Demon Castle, established a contract with the Celestial Sword, and asked Long Chen for 6 extreme Yang Thunder Fire, and then turned and left without looking back. Long Chen, you, the masked Shura immediately looked at Long Chen with dissatisfaction. Don't talk. The white-eyed wolf quickly stopped him, and glanced in the direction where the 3 demon kings disappeared. The masked Shura was stunned. Could it be that the 3 demon kings would turn back and hide in the dark to spy on them? Caution is the parent of safety. The white-eyed wolf transmitted a sentence, and then looked at Long Chen, and secretly snorted, "I was still grateful to you in my heart for helping us get 2 inheritances, but in the end, I realized that I was thinking too much. You were not helping us at all, but helping yourself. How am I doing this for myself? Didn't everyone get benefits?" Long Chen was helpless. "If you can't help them persuade us, you won't be able to get the inheritance of the space-time law. Isn't this all for yourself? Besides, how can the benefits we got be compared to yours? Why don't we exchange? The 2 inheritances in my hands, plus all the miniature laws, should I exchange them with you for the inheritance of the space-time law?" The white-eyed wolf transmitted a message. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Long Chen looked at him with disdain. "It's not you who is stupid, it's us who are stupid to cooperate with a bastard like you." The white-eyed wolf coldly snorted. He really didn't expect that Long Chen would get such a big bargain. Chapter 38:30. If you say that, I'll get angry. If it weren't for my cooperation, would you have gotten so many benefits? I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to keep your life. Let's talk about it later. Compared to the benefits that Qin Feiyang and the lunatic got in the chaotic royal city, my gains are at most a small profit. Long Chen secretly thought. Then I beg you, please let me have this small profit of the rope. The white-eyed wolf said helplessly. It was a typical case of taking advantage of others. Then forget it. Long Chen chuckled. How could he give up the fat meat in his hands to others? The white-eyed wolf directly rolled his eyes at Long Chen and said, Sister Phoenix, immediately let the Fire Phoenix sword contact the Sword of Thanatos and tell little Qin Zi about the situation here. Okay. Princess Wufeng secretly responded. Then. The white-eyed wolf also glanced in the direction where the 3 demon kings disappeared. Were they hiding in the dark or not? At this time, he had to be careful. If the 3 demon kings found out that he had been tricked and deceived, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. A fierce battle, it didn't matter. But he couldn't destroy the relationship between little Qin Zi and the Divine King of Chaos. He had to trick them. Who is it? Suddenly. Without any warning, the white-eyed wolf let out a thunderous roar, sending his spirit power towards the mountains and rivers down below. Long Chen, the Sea Lion King, and the others were shocked. At the moment when his divine consciousness poured into the mountains below, the white-eyed wolf's heart trembled. On a hidden hillside below, there were 3 people standing silently like ghosts. It was the 3 demon kings. They were actually spying on them in the dark. If the white-eyed wolf hadn't been careful, they would have been exposed. The 3 demon kings were also shocked. By the time they reacted, the white-eyed wolf's divine consciousness had already descended. They had no choice but to take the initiative to show themselves and smile awkwardly. Don't be nervous, it's us. They were also extremely puzzled. This person's insight was too terrifying. He could actually discover them? Why are you guys here? I thought it was some blind undead who was plotting against us. But didn't you guys leave? What are you doing down there? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. Cough cough. That, we also discovered that there seemed to be someone hiding in the shadows. Fearing that you might be in danger, we decided to stay in the shadows to observe the situation. The 3 of them felt rather awkward. I see. The white-eyed wolf nodded in realization. He carefully scanned the area with his divine sense and shook his head with a smile. There's no one else. It seems that we're all hallucinating. Yes, yes, yes. Then I won't disturb everyone any longer. See you later. The 3 of them nodded repeatedly, then turned around and left. The white-eyed wolf's eyes were filled with mockery as he watched the 3 of them leave. Not bad. To think that they would return to monitor us. Long Chen looked at the white-eyed wolf in surprise. This wolf cub was much calmer than before. It seemed that he had another strong opponent that he could not ignore. Do you think I want to talk to you? The white-eyed wolf proudly turned his head away. Long Chen was helpless. Chaos Royal City. What the hell? Long Chen actually obtained an inheritance of the law of time from the hands of the three demon kings? Frenzy looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Qin Feiyang nodded with a bitter smile. This guy actually benefited from it. Frenzy was indignant and asked, what benefits did the white-eyed wolf and the others obtain? Qin Feiyang said, they obtained 2 inheritances, and each of them obtained a miniature of an ultimate law. What inheritance? Frenzy's eyes lit up. 2 inheritances, this was even more profitable than Long Chen. You think it's the inheritance of an ultimate law? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, the law of light and the law of sword. Frenzy was stunned and immediately lost interest. Actually, this has already exceeded my expectations. Originally, in my opinion, the 3 demon kings would at most give them a miniature of a law, and it might even be a miniature of an ordinary law. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Each of them obtained a miniature of an ultimate law. For everyone, this was already a good deal. After all, if it was up to Emperor Sea Lion and the others to search by themselves, they might not even be able to find a few miniature of an ultimate law. Frenzy said, let the white-eyed wolf keep the inheritance of the law of light. You can fuse with it when the time comes. I think so too. You have already grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of thunder, so I definitely can't fall behind. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is there a need to keep comparing with me? Frenzy was speechless. Haven't you been secretly competing with me? Qin Feiyang looked at him in disdain. Is that called secretly competing with you? That is an open contest with you. Frenzy grinned and immediately closed his eyes, continuing to fuse with the inheritance of the law of space. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. After saying a few words to the Sword of Death, he also closed his eyes and continued to fuse with the inheritance of the law of cause and effect. On the mountain peak. The Master Jura whispered, the 3 demon kings should have left by now. The white-eyed wolf secretly said, regardless of whether they have left or not, we have to communicate in secret. After all, we have to guard against Long Chen. The Master Jura glanced at Long Chen with a trace of fear in his eyes. He had also learned about Long Chen's identity from the white-eyed wolf. As the son of Ice Dragon, it was difficult for him not to be afraid. Princess Woofing transmitted her voice. The Sword of Death sent a message, telling us not to bother with Long Chen. He also said that he has prepared a surprise for us. What surprise? The white-eyed wolf was curious. He didn't say that. However, since Qin Feiyang said that it's a surprise, it's definitely not something ordinary. Also, he said that the law of light inheritance should be kept for him. As for the law of sword inheritance, you can deal with it yourself. Princess Woofing secretly said. The white-eyed wolf nodded and asked, did he say anything else? Nothing else. Princess Woofing shook her head. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head and muttered. The law of sword inheritance. He looked at Emperor Sea Lion and the others and asked, who among you has mastered the law of sword? Me. The Master Jura raised his hand. His personality was relatively cold, but in the face of the ultimate inheritance, he found it difficult to remain calm. You? Why don't you take a look at the people here? Which one of them isn't your elder? Aren't you embarrassed to compete with them? Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? The white-eyed wolf despised him. When the Master Jura heard this, his expression suddenly became awkward. It's fine. Young people have greater potential. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled. Emperor Sea Lion and the others also nodded. Are you sure? The white-eyed wolf glanced at the group of people. The black-clothed middle-aged man was from the land of the buried gods, so it wasn't surprising that he took care of the Master Jura. But Emperor Sea Lion and the others were from the heavenly cloud sea. It was a bit unexpected that they would take care of the Master Jura. And everyone nodded. Although the land of the buried gods and the heavenly cloud sea belonged to two different forces, the little rabbit had always taken care of the land of the buried gods. It could be seen that the relationship between the two forces was quite good. At the same time, this also proved the character of Emperor Sea Lion and the others. They were willing to give these opportunities to the young people. Of course, it was impossible to say that they had no selfishness because there was no such person in this world. However, compared to the old antiques of the three major races, they were really good. Then, the white-eyed wolf took out the law of sword inheritance and looked at the Mas de Jura. Although the Mas de Jura's expression couldn't be seen, the emotions in his eyes were clear, full of excitement. And seeing that the white-eyed wolf didn't give it to him, he couldn't help but become anxious. Look at how anxious you are. It's just an ordinary law of inheritance. Is there a need to be so anxious? The white-eyed wolf smiled disdainfully and threw the law of sword inheritance over, saying indifferently, "You got lucky." The Mas de Jura grabbed it and looked down at the inheritance. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. As for the white-eyed wolf's words, he directly ignored them. Because the white-eyed wolf did have the qualifications to say that. He had mastered the strongest laws. But he was different. He was just an ordinary person. He didn't have such big ambitions and pursuits. The white-eyed wolf looked at everyone and said, "As for the law of light inheritance, I want to keep it for little Qin Zi. You don't have any objections, right?" Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Leaving it for Qin Feiyang, what objections could they have? The white-eyed wolf turned to look at Long Chen and said, "Tell me, what are we going to do next? We can't really wait here for their news, right?" "Wait for what news? You two just stay here. They won't be able to find you in their lifetime. Everything will be as usual. Do what you have to do." Long Chen waved his hand. "Although it's impossible for them to find us, there's still the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Infernal Divine Hound." The white-eyed wolf said. "Can't you just contact them and ask them to change their appearances?" Long Chen smiled faintly. "That's right. If it was in the past, no matter how they changed their appearances, they wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the three demon kings. Because they are all living people and don't have undead aura. But it's different now. Now, there are many undead in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Because of the undead breakthrough pill, the three demon kings can no longer determine their identities from their undead aura. As long as they are careful and don't expose their identities, it's basically like looking for a needle in a haystack." The Mas de Jura nodded. "Okay then. We'll go directly to the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure and subdue a few sovereign divine weapons on the way. As for the Law of Light, it's not important now." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. With Qin Feiyang and the others searching for Law of Light in the Primal Chaos Royal City, was there a need for them to look for Law of Light? They just had to protect themselves and not cause trouble for Qin Feiyang and the others. "Then let's part ways here." Long Chen smiled faintly. "Where are you going?" The white-eyed wolf stopped Long Chen. "I'm not as relaxed as you guys. I still have to find some Law of Light." Long Chen sighed helplessly. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and said, "That won't do. From now on, you have to stay with us." "Why?" Long Chen was suspicious. The white-eyed wolf stepped forward and hooked his arm around Long Chen's neck. He chuckled and said, "We're old friends. Old friends should stay together. This way, we can take care of each other." Long Chen looked at the white-eyed wolf in a daze. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf gave him an unfathomable feeling. "Let's go. Isn't it just a Law of Light? On the way, I'll help you look for it." The white-eyed wolf chuckled. Long Chen frowned. Why was it that the more he looked at it, the more off it seemed? Chapter 38-31. "What are you doing? Are you trying to provoke us?" The heavenly god's sword roared and unleashed his divine aura. The white-eyed wolf was sent flying. Princess Huafeng and the others' faces changed. They hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed the white-eyed wolf. Only then did they stabilize themselves in the air. The white-eyed wolf's face was pale, and a trace of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the Sea Lion King and the others couldn't help but stare at the heavenly god's sword with murderous intent in their eyes. What's wrong? It seems like all of you are not convinced. The heavenly god's sword was arrogant and his tone was full of disdain. Huh, along with a loud laugh, the white-eyed wolf gently pushed Princess Woofing away and walked step by step to the front of the Sea Lion Emperor and the others. He raised his head to look at the heavenly god's sword and laughed cruelly. Very arrogant, huh? So what if I'm arrogant? I have the right to be arrogant. The heavenly god's sword sneered. Right, the white-eyed wolf's eyes turned cold. With a clang, the blood dragon blade appeared. The blood dragon blade was in the hands of the Mas de Jura. When the white-eyed wolf arrived, the Mas de Jura had returned it to the white-eyed wolf. With the appearance of the blood dragon blade, Princess Woofing took a step forward and landed in front of the white-eyed wolf. She exuded a murderous aura. The Fire Phoenix sword and more than a dozen Dominator divine weapons appeared and unleashed their divine aura. Emperor Sea Lion and the others looked at each other and summoned their own Dominator divine weapons. There were more than 30 Dominator divine weapons in total and they faced off against the heavenly god's sword. Long Chen's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Although the other Dominator divine weapons of the dragons were in his hands, they were far less than the white-eyed wolf. If it weren't for the fact that little Qin still needs your help in retrieving sacred weapons like Pale Snow and the Broken Sword, I really wouldn't mind ending things with you here. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen and laughed. Long Chen frowned. The white-eyed wolf's gaze turned and landed on the heavenly god's sword. He sneered, "You want to talk about capital with me? Are you still dreaming? Even if you have surpassed a low-level Dominator weapon, so what?" The killing intent of the heavenly god's sword surged. "You want to kill me? I'm standing right here. Come and try me if you can." The white-eyed wolf had a provocative look on his face. He really wanted to know what level the heavenly god's sword was at. "You're courting death." The heavenly god's sword was furious. But at this moment, Long Chen looked at the celestial sword and said indifferently, "Stand down." "Retreat?" The heavenly god's sword was stunned. "We're friends. There's no need to ruin our friendship over such a small matter. Don't you agree, Brother Wolf?" Long Chen looked at the white-eyed wolf and smiled faintly. "Haha, you're more reasonable, kid." "That's right. We're all friends. Why do we have to make things so unpleasant? Maybe we'll have to rely on each other in the future." The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. "Yes, harmony breeds wealth." Long Chen smiled slightly, looked at the heavenly god's sword, and said, "Go and calm down first." Humph. The heavenly god's sword coldly snorted and disappeared into Long Chen's body. Then Long Chen walked in front of the white-eyed wolf and laughed, "Then let's go together. It's quite boring to be alone anyway. It's because I was afraid that you would be bored that I invited you to go together." The white-eyed wolf was also smiling. It was as if the friction from before had never happened. "Then shall we set off now?" Long Chen asked. "Of course." The white-eyed wolf nodded, glanced at the mountains and rivers below, and shook his head. "There's no need to stay in this place any longer. Let's go." With a wave of the white-eyed wolf's hand, the group of people immediately flew towards the exit of the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure. "What are you doing?" Princess Woofing looked at the white-eyed wolf in confusion. He actually invited Long Chen to go together. Wasn't this tantamount to keeping a threat by their side? "You don't understand. Keeping him by our side is to make it easier to monitor him." The white-eyed wolf transmitted his voice. "Monitor?" Princess Woofing was stunned. "Yes. Little Qin Zi and the others are in the chaotic royal city. It wasn't easy for them to build a good relationship with the Divine King of Chaos. We can't let this guy ruin all our efforts." The white-eyed wolf secretly thought. "Do you mean that Long Chen might betray us?" Princess Woofing was surprised and doubtful. "I don't know. But we have to be careful. If Long Chen really betrays us, then not only will we be in trouble, little Qin Zi and the others will also be in trouble. Of course. This is only one of the reasons. The white-eyed wolf secretly smiled. Princess Wufeng was stunned and said in surprise, "There are other reasons?" "Yes. Think about it. Not only does Long Chen have the heavenly god's sword, but he also has the other sovereign divine weapons of the dragons. With this strength, isn't it easy for him to subdue the sovereign divine weapons of the Tianzhong divine treasure? So, we can't give him this opportunity. After all, every sovereign divine weapon he subdues is a greater threat to us. Besides, just now, he said that he wants to find the epitome of the laws. Why would he want to find the epitome of the laws? It must be for the dragons. With his strength and the sovereign divine weapons in his hands, if we don't do anything, I'm afraid that when the time comes, he can't imagine how many epitomes of the laws he can get. If he's doing it for himself, I really can't be bothered. But for the dragons, can I allow it?" The white-eyed wolf explained. "I see." Princess Wufeng suddenly understood. Suddenly. She realized that she seemed to have underestimated the white-eyed wolf's ability. Once this guy became serious, it would make one's scalp go numb. "How is it? Do you admire this brother now? You can't wait to repay me with your body?" The white-eyed wolf looked at Princess Wufeng sneakily. Shameless. Princess Wufeng rolled her eyes. But to be honest, after leaving Qin Feiyang and Madman, this guy was like a different person. Whether it was his brain or his methods, they were not on the same level. In fact, Princess Wufeng didn't know. The white-eyed wolf was originally very smart, but because he was usually with Qin Feiyang and the others, Qin Feiyang and the others would come up with ideas for him. There was no need for him to waste his energy. He was too lazy to waste his energy. Chaos Royal City. When Bloodthirsty Demon King, Black Flame Demon King, and Feng Tian Demon King rushed back to the Chaos Royal City, it was already 2 years later. Qin Feiyang and the others had been in the Chaos Royal City for almost 5 years. Outside the city, the number of undeads gathered had already reached tens of thousands, coming from all over the place. The heavenly tribulation in the sky had never stopped. Not to mention Xiao Shui and the others, even Snow White Queen and the others' sovereign divine weapons were already feeling tired. As for the Ice Phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons, they had already rested countless times. However, they didn't need to waste much time resting. Because when they rested, they would all go to the ancient castle. The ancient castle had the law of time of 5,000 years per day. Even if they rested for 8 to 10 years, only a short time would have passed outside. So overall, there wasn't any delay. When they returned to the Chaos Royal City, the 3 demon kings saw that Snow White Queen and the others' sovereign divine weapons were actually helping the undeads to pass the tribulation. The anger in their hearts grew even stronger. It was one thing for the Chaos Divine King and the Chaos Royal City to help Qin Feiyang and the others, but now even the other demon kings were helping a group of people, and they didn't even try to hide it. They really couldn't figure it out. What kind of charm did these 2 little bastards have? Yo! Isn't this the 3 demon kings? I didn't expect that you guys would be gone for more than 4 years. I really missed you guys a little. How is it? Did you successfully find the extreme Yang Thunder Fire? When Li Zhongxing saw the 3 of them return, he immediately went up to them with a fawning smile. Although on the surface it was fawning, the 3 demon kings could clearly see a trace of ridicule in Li Zhongxing's eyes. Even such an ant dared to tease them now? The anger in their hearts almost made them lose their minds. Thanks to you guys, we have found the extreme Yang Thunder Fire. Black Flame Demon King suppressed his anger and said. That's good. Li Zhongxing heaved a sigh of relief. Don't put on an act in front of us. Don't think that just because you have Qin Feiyang backing you up, you have the right to be arrogant with us, because at most, you can only be considered a dog beside Qin Feiyang and the madman. Black Flame Demon King's face was full of ridicule. Am I that arrogant? No, no. I am concerned about you guys, but you guys actually scolded me. How can you not know how to appreciate kindness? Li Zhongxing's face was full of grievances. Since seeing the three of them in such a sorry state last time, the fear in his heart had disappeared. Black Flame Demon King clenched his fists. Sky Demon King patted Black Flame Demon King's shoulder and secretly said, "There is no need to compete with him, anyway. There will be time for them to cry in the future." True. Black Flame Demon King nodded with a smile, took out 3 extreme Yang Thunder Fire, and said lightly, "Take it to your master." Okay. Li Zhongxing ran toward the castle with the 3 extreme Yang Thunder Fire, but suddenly patted his head and hurriedly stopped. He turned around and ran to the 3 of them, apologizing, "Sorry, I have been too busy recently and forgot that my master is in seclusion. I am afraid he has no time to help you guys refine pills." Seclusion? The 3 of them raised their eyebrows. Since he was in seclusion, then where did the undead outside the city get the undead barrier-breaking pill from? Did they really think they were monkeys? It's true. I am not lying to you guys. My master is really in seclusion. Isn't this the inheritance of the law of cause and effect that Lord Divine King gave to my master? So my master is now fusing with this inheritance. Why don't you guys come back another day? Li Zhongxing handed the 3 extreme Yang Thunder Fire back to the 3 of them. What? Lord Divine King gave him an inheritance of the law of cause and effect? The 3 of them were shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. Yes. Not only my master, but the others also received an inheritance of the strongest law. Only Shui, and I, Old Poison, is not so lucky. Why? Don't the 3 of you know about this? Li Zhongxing was suspicious. The 3 of them looked at each other. They really didn't know. An inheritance of the strongest law for each of them, this was too extravagant. Why was Lord Divine King so good to them? Even these old subordinates couldn't compare to him. Bloodthirsty Demon King asked, "When did this happen?" After Lord Divine King transcended his tribulation. Speaking of this, Li Zhongxing slapped his head hard and shook his head. "Look at my memory. At that time, you guys had already gone out to look for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire and didn't see it with your own eyes. Besides, you guys have been running around outside all these years, so it's not strange that you don't know." When the 3 of them heard this, their eyes flashed with killing intent. Because this was blatantly making fun of them. They were the first ones to look for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, but they still hadn't obtained the undead barrier-breaking pill. As for the undead outside, they slowly received the news later. Now, not only had many people obtained the undead barrier-breaking pill, but they had also successfully transcended their tribulations and began to enjoy a beautiful life. Chapter 38-32. Lords, I'm really sorry, but please wait for a while. Li Zhongxing ignored the killing intent in their eyes and said apologetically. If it was before, he would never have had the guts. But now, he had Qin Feiyang behind him, and Qin Feiyang had the Divine King of Chaos behind him. What was there to be afraid of? Black Flame Demon King clenched his fists and pointed at the undead outside the city. Then where did their pills come from? Li Zhongxing looked at the undead outside the city and said with a smile, "This was refined by the Blood Ancestor." The Blood Ancestor also knows how to refine the undead barrier-breaking pill? The 3 of them were taken aback and felt even more astonished. "It's my master who taught him." Li Zhongxing smiled. "Then call the Blood Ancestor out." Black Flame Demon King said. This, Li Zhongxing was a little embarrassed. What? Now we are not even qualified to see the Blood Ancestor? The 3 of them were furious. This was too much. They had been making things difficult for them again and again. Did they really think they were made of mud? No, no. Li Zhongxing hurriedly waved his hand and explained, "The Blood Ancestor said that no one can disturb him when he is refining pills. Not to mention the 3 of you, even we are the same." So arrogant? Demon King Feng Tian sneered. "There's no other way. After all, the Blood Ancestor is not Qin Feiyang. My master, Qin Feiyang, is humble and kind, but the Blood Ancestor is cruel and violent. We dare not offend him at all." The most important thing is, the blood ancestor has mastered 3 ultimate mysteries. Do you think a small character like me dares to disobey his orders? So, please be magnanimous and don't make things difficult for me. Li Zhongxing smiled flatteringly. 3 ultimate mysteries? The 3 of them looked at each other and trembled slightly. In the past, the blood ancestor had only mastered 2 ultimate mysteries, the law of slaughter and the law of death. How did he master another one in just a few years? Oh. Aren't they the 3 demon kings? Li Zhongxing, what's wrong with you? Why don't you treat such distinguished guests well? At this moment, the blood ancestor walked out and immediately scolded Li Zhongxing when he saw the 3 demon kings. I'm just afraid that they'll disturb your pill refining. Li Zhongxing quickly ran over and said with a flattering smile. How can this be called a disturbance? It is our honor to have the 3 of you here. No matter how busy he is, we still have to treat him well. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare a seat, said the blood ancestor. The 3 demon kings couldn't help but frown. These words seemed to be complimenting them, but why did it sound so grating? They echoed each other. Playing with them on purpose? All right. Li Zhongxing nodded and bowed. He took out 3 small stools and ran in front of the 3 demon kings. He said apologetically, Lords, I'm sorry. Our conditions are limited. I only have these small stools. I hope you don't mind. The 3 of them looked at the small bench in front of them. It was only half a foot tall, and it was as if they were sitting on the ground. Did sitting on top of it fit their statuses as demon kings? This was outrageous. This was a way to humiliate them. Demon King Feng Tian suppressed his anger and looked at the blood ancestor. Since Qin Feiyang is in seclusion, you can help us refine pills. Li Zhongxing saw that the 3 of them ignored him and asked suspiciously, Lords, aren't you going to sit? Get lost. The 3 of them were instantly furious. Didn't he see that they were desperately suppressing the anger in their hearts? And he still came to provoke them. Did he not have eyes? Li Zhongxing smiled awkwardly and immediately put away the small bench. He ran to the blood ancestor as if he was running for his life and said, You saw it too. It's not that I don't want to entertain them, it's that they don't appreciate it. It's not your fault, it's not your fault. They're big shots. This kind of small bench doesn't deserve their status. The blood ancestor shook his head. Li Zhongxing pouted and muttered, So what if they're big shots? Didn't they still come to beg us? What did you say? The 3 demon kings glared at Li Zhongxing. No, no. Li Zhongxing hurriedly waved his hand and said with a flattering smile, I told the blood ancestor that the 3 of you are tall, powerful, and handsome. You're simply dragons and phoenixes. Hearing this, not only the blood ancestor, Xiao Shui, Old Poison, Li Feng, but even the undead outside the city couldn't help but laugh. They had actually wanted to laugh for a long time, but they had been holding it in. After all, they were the 3 infamous demon kings. But now, they really couldn't hold it in. Because Li Zhongxing's description was not appropriate at all. Demon King Feng Tian and Demon King Black Flame were very suitable to be described as tall, powerful, and handsome. Demon King Black Flame was 2 meters tall and was indeed worthy of the word tall and powerful. Demon King Feng Tian was not a good person, but he was indeed a little handsome. But Demon King Bloodthirsty was just a 7 or 8-year-old kid. Was it really good to describe him like that? Are you guys done acting? Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. A terrifying aura surged out from the scene. Li Zhongxing and the blood ancestor looked at Demon King Feng Tian and saw that his face was extremely gloomy. If not, then you can continue. Demon King Feng Tian smiled ferociously. Xiao Shui exchanged a glance with the Old Poison and transmitted her voice. Old Li, blood ancestor, quit while you're ahead. Don't force these 3 into a corner and end up taking us down. I don't believe it. Are they really not afraid of death? Li Zhongxing snorted. Don't challenge their bottom line. If they really lose their minds, do you think they will dare to do anything? Xiao Shui rolled her eyes at him. Li Zhongxing's heart trembled as he glanced at the three demon kings. Looking at their state, they were indeed about to lose their minds. Demon King Black Flame took a deep breath and tried to suppress the killing intent in his heart. He looked at the Blood Ancestor and asked, "Just one question, do you want to refine pills for us?" They thought that the Blood Ancestor would be easier to talk to than Qin Feiyang. Because in their view, the Blood Ancestor was not as bold as Qin Feiyang, who dared to make things difficult for them again and again. However, the Blood Ancestor pondered for a moment and gave an unexpected answer. "No." The Blood Ancestor shook his head. "Say that again?" The three demon kings clenched their fists. The Blood Ancestor said indifferently, "I'll say it a few times. It's the same answer. I won't refine it for you. You're courting death." Bloodthirsty Demon King roared. Demon King Black Flame pressed down on Bloodthirsty Demon King, stared at the Blood Ancestor gloomily and said, "Don't forget, you guys made a blood oath to help us refine pills." "Yes. But that's not right." The Blood Ancestor chuckled. "What do you mean?" Demon King Black Flame raised his eyebrows. "The one who promised to refine pills for you was Qin Feiyang, not this ancestor. So even if I don't refine pills for you, the wrath of heaven will not come to this ancestor. Moreover, this ancestor has no obligation to refine pills for you. Let's talk about it later. Although we promised to refine pills for you, we didn't say that we would refine them for you now. But you guys are different. If you dare to hurt this ancestor now, the blood oath will immediately come true. Are you confident in blocking the wrath of heaven?" The Blood Ancestor looked at the three of them mockingly. The three of them clenched their hands together tightly. If looks could kill, the Blood Ancestor would have been killed. "Don't worry. Qin Feiyang will refine pills for you sooner or later." The Blood Ancestor smiled and comforted them. "Okay. Very good. Even you dare to challenge us. Not bad at all. Continue to be arrogant, there will be time for you to cry in the future." The three demon kings suppressed their anger and turned around to leave without looking back. Their killing intent soared to the heavens. After all, these people had to pay the price. "Beg you?" The Blood Ancestor's face was full of sarcasm. Did they really think that the little conspiracy in their hearts would succeed? Just wait and see, let's see who will cry in the end. Obviously, the three demon kings were ready to start a plan to take revenge on Qin Feiyang and the others. In other words, they wanted to hunt down the white-eyed wolf and the others. But they didn't know that this was a scam. They were completely played by Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy are about to come out of seclusion. The Blood Ancestor looked at the ancient castle and smiled. Li Zhongxing nodded. "When they come out of seclusion, I will be able to relax. This alchemy is really not a job for humans." The Blood Ancestor shook his head. These 2 years had exhausted him quite a bit. Although the ancient castle had a time array and it didn't take much time to refine pills, when the undead outside needed pills, he had to refine them. Sometimes, he wanted to go into seclusion to comprehend the profound laws, but Xiao Shui suddenly sent a batch of herbs. What could he do? Throw them aside and not refine them? How was that possible? After all, the undead had paid him. As a businessman, how could he ignore his customers? So, it wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. Another half a year passed. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy came out of seclusion one after another, their faces glowing. They had finally grasped an ultimate profound law. How could they not be happy? Now, even when facing the Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin Lord, without the sovereign divine weapon, they already had the strength to protect themselves with their own strength. As for Yun Xiang, he had already grasped the death law's ultimate profound law. However, he didn't come out of seclusion and continue to comprehend other ultimate profound laws. Now, they didn't lack laws at all. They could have whatever they wanted. Unlike before, when they obtained a few laws, they still had to discuss and distribute them one by one. Originally, Seeing that the Blood Ancestor and the others were managing the business in an orderly manner, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy also planned to continue comprehending other ultimate profound laws. But the Blood Ancestor didn't allow it. He directly dragged the two of them out. They had no choice but to take over again. As for the Blood Ancestor, after returning the business to Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, he dragged Li Feng and hid in the cultivation room. In any case, he didn't plan to walk out of the cultivation room again. Day after day, year after year. Ever since the primal chaos divine king opened the door of potential, he never appeared again. However, from time to time, everyone could feel a terrifying power of life and death in the hall. Snow Queen and the others also didn't appear. It seemed that after opening the door of potential, they all wanted to improve their strength by another step. Bloodthirsty Demon King, Black Flame Demon King, and Feng Tian Demon King also didn't come to Qin Feiyang to refine pills. The undead outside the city were somewhat surprised. What was wrong with the three demon kings? They actually endured until now. This wasn't like their personalities. Chapter 38-33. Only Qin Feiyang and the others knew what the three devil kings were doing now. However, the failure of the three devil kings was already destined from the beginning. After receiving the news, the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound had already changed their appearances. Even Qi Xiaoyun and the white-bearded old man had changed their appearances and aura to avoid trouble. Although Qin Feiyang didn't mention them back then, even if the three devil kings found them, they might be able to obtain some benefits from the three devil kings like Long Chen and the Sea Lion Emperor. But Qi Xiaoyun didn't want to take advantage of this. Because if he got involved with the three devil kings, it would be fine if he handled it well. If he didn't handle it well, he might attract trouble instead. Therefore, instead of taking such a risk, it was better to keep a low profile and stay out of it, collecting the law miniatures in peace. If he was lucky, he might even be able to subdue a few sovereign weapons and greatly increase the strength of the Qilin clan. And now, the number of people in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure was increasing every day. After all these years, according to Qin Feiyang and the others, the number of undead who had successfully transcended the tribulation and were reincarnated as humans had already reached 50,000 to 60,000. Some of them had even started to form families and have children. As the number of humans continued to increase, Tan Wu and the others' identities were naturally better concealed. This was because even if they were to encounter the three devil kings, as long as they didn't reveal any flaws, they could still claim to be the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Moreover, whether it was Tan Wu and the others or Qi Xiaoyun and the others, none of them were easy to deal with. Therefore, it would be harder for the three devil kings to find them than to ascend to the heavens. White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Huafeng naturally didn't need to be mentioned. The three devil kings didn't recognize them back then, and now it was even more impossible for them to guess that these two were the people they were looking for. On this day, it had been exactly 100 years since Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. 100 years. For the first 20 years, he had been adventuring outside. For the next 80 years, he had been in the Chaos Royal City, never leaving. Apart from Qiao Shui, who was responsible for keeping records, no one knew how many law miniatures he had obtained. As for the Heaven Bell Divine Treasures Extreme Yang Lightning Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and God of Death Fruit, after years of frantic searching, they had become extremely scarce. It was precisely because of this that the number of undead creatures that came to trade with Qin Feiyang and the others gradually decreased. After all, without the herbs, even if Qin Feiyang was given more law miniatures, he would not be able to refine it. On the city wall, Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at the decreasing number of undead outside and felt very anxious. If these undead couldn't find the herbs, they wouldn't be able to trade with them. How much less would they be able to earn from the law miniatures? Old Qin. Is there any way to solve the problem of the lack of medicinal herbs? Madman frowned. Yes. Enter the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Black Tortoise world had these herbs. This was because the Devil's Land wasn't the only place that had a large number of them. Many of them could also be found in the Central Province and the 4 major regions. Aren't you just wasting your breath? Madman rolled his eyes. If they could enter the Black Tortoise world, would this still be a problem? Qin Feiyang sighed. In the end, these undead haven't realized the importance of medicinal herbs. All these years, they only cared about searching and never thought of protecting and cultivating these herbs. Although that's the case, there are still some problems. Yin Yang wood and God of Death fruit can be cultivated, but extreme Yang lightning fire needs to be slowly born in a special environment. It is equivalent to being born from heaven and earth. Even if it can be cultivated, it can't be done in a short period of time. The madman shook his head. In any case, we definitely can't help with this matter. They can only rely on themselves. As for us, we have already earned a lot of law miniatures over the years. Even if no one comes to trade with us in the future, this trip to the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure can be considered a complete success. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. It wasn't that he was heartless, but that there was really no other way. As the madman said, although the God of Death fruit and Yin Yang wood could be artificially cultivated, it was too difficult to artificially cultivate extreme Yang lightning fire. Take time as an example. Extreme Yang lightning fire would take at least a few thousand years to form. After a few thousand years, they would have already left the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. All right. Don't force it, let nature take its course. The madman nodded and smiled in relief. At this time, Xiao Shui walked to Qin Feiyang's side and handed Qin Feiyang a chinquan bag. She smiled and said, a total of 50 sets of herbs. Go and refine them right away. Qin Feiyang smiled and took the chinquan bag. He was about to enter the ancient castle. Clang! But at this time, a loud and clear sound of a bell exploded in the sky. Qin Feiyang and the others looked up at the sky. They couldn't help but have a trace of bewilderment on their faces. What's that sound? Li Zhongsheng and the others, as well as the undead outside, also looked up at the sky with suspicion. Old Qin, don't you find this sound familiar? The madman's pupils suddenly shrank as he asked. Familiar? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The loud sound shook the world, lingering in the air. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. This seemed to be the sound of the Sky Bell. When the Sky Bell Divine Treasure descended on Sky Cloud Island, it also made this sound. It's the sound of the Sky Bell. The madman nodded. What's going on? Why would the sound of the Sky Bell suddenly sound here? Da-da. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, the Blood Ancestor, Azure Dragon, Yun Xiang, Li Feng, and Daifuku also quickly walked out of the ancient castle and looked up at the sky. Looking at the eyes of the Blood Ancestor and Azure Dragon, they seemed to know something, but they also seemed to be in disbelief. Whoosh! At the same time, Snow Queen and the other demon kings also walked out of their respective halls. They looked up at the sky and frowned. Feiyang, this matter is very unusual. Suddenly, the Death God's sword's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fire Phoenix Sword just contacted me and said that she also heard this bell sound. The Death God's sword said. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. What's wrong? The madman looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, Fire Phoenix Sword contacted the Death God's sword and said that they also heard this bell sound. It can't be. Could it be that the White-Eyed Wolf and the others are near the Primal Chaos Royal City? The madman immediately scanned the outside of the city. No. They have already reached the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, which is dozens of years away from here. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Impossible. How can they hear it from so far away? The madman was surprised. There's only one explanation. This bell sound resounds throughout the entire Sky Bell Divine Treasury. No matter where you are, whether it's a human or an undead, you can hear this bell sound. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. The madman raised his eyebrows and said, then quickly contact Tan Wu and Qi Shaoyun and ask if they heard it. But before Qin Feiyang could speak, the Death God's sword said, Tan Wu and Qi Shaoyun's sovereign divine weapon contacted me one after another and said that they heard this bell sound. They all heard it? Qin Feiyang frowned. It seemed that it was as he had guessed. This bell sound had spread throughout the entire Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Clang! Suddenly, the bell rang again, deafening everyone's ears. The Blood Ancestor and Azure Dragon looked at each other and walked in front of Qin Feiyang and the madman with a sullen face. Seeing this, Yun Xiang and the others also followed over suspiciously. Ancestor, Senior, do you know something? Qin Feiyang asked. I'm not sure yet. Let's wait a little longer. The Blood Ancestor shook his head and looked up at the sky. A moment later, the third bell sound echoed and didn't calm down for a long time. What's going on? The Blood Ancestor whispered with a face full of surprise. It's indeed strange. Azure Dragon also had a puzzled look. You guys get ready. The Divine King is in seclusion, so don't disturb him. I'll send you guys away. The voice of the Primal Chaos Royal City suddenly sounded from a certain part of the city. What? Send us away? Qin Feiyang and the madman were stunned. Wasn't it only 100 years? Why was it sending them away? That's right. The third bell sound is the time for us outsiders to leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. But why is this? The last time we entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, it was 1,000 years. Why is it only 100 years this time? The Blood Ancestor frowned. Only then did Qin Feiyang and the madman understand. It turned out that when the bell sounded, it meant that their training was over. The madman asked, Ancestor, is there a rule in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury that it must be 1,000 years? This time, I've only entered twice. I don't know if there was such a rule in the past. But the last time it was 1,000 years and this time it's 100 years. Isn't the difference too big? The Blood Ancestor frowned with a puzzled expression. Wait. Could it be that the Divine Kingdom invaded the Sky Cloud Realm in advance? Lord Feather Emperor and the others couldn't resist, so they begged the Sky Bell Divine Treasury to let us go back in advance? Yun Xiang said in surprise. This. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. What Yun Xiang said wasn't impossible. Although the Sky Cloud Realm had the Feather Emperor, Dragon King, Feng Ho, the Qilin Master, and the Little Rabbit, the ruler weapons of the Sky Cloud Realm had been brought to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Even the ruler weapons of the Demon Palace, Deity Palace, and Sky Palace had come to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. In other words, the current Sky Cloud Realm didn't even have a single ruler weapon. Therefore, if the Divine Kingdom really invaded in advance, even the Feather Emperor and the others wouldn't be able to stop them. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but start to worry. Although it was just a guess, it was the only explanation at the moment. The Divine Kingdom had arrived in advance, and the Feather Emperor and the others didn't have a ruler weapon. This would be a great catastrophe for the Sky Cloud Realm. Qin Feiyang asked, Senior, how long will it take to rush to the exit now? If it's you, it'll take at least 30 to 40 years, but this sovereign will personally escort you, so it'll only take 8 or 9 years at most. The Primal Chaos Royal City said. 8 or 9 years. Qin Feiyang's expression froze. If the Divine Kingdom had already arrived in the Sky Cloud Realm, it was hard to imagine what would happen in 8 or 9 years. Madman